It's the time already. Oh, hello. Are we ready? All right. Okay, good evening, everyone. Thank you for being here on Thursday, November 16, 2023, 6:30 p.m. Oh, 6:35, correction. Roll call, please. Thank you.
Mayor Alma Beltran,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Sabrina Rodriguez,
Present.
Councilmember Juanita Molina,
Present.
Diego Garza,
Present.
Kathy Solorio, Treasurer Michelle Lopez.
Please rise for the flag salute. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. All right, so we have presentations, informational only. There is no action, no discussion. It's just informational. So we have Parlier Apostolic Church, Humberto Valdez and Carlos Tamez. Can you approach the podium and present your, what are you having?
It's zoned R1, and so it's where they had housing that was going to go there, but the G.J. Gardner, he's been trying to sell that
Oh, okay.
that property for a while.
Okay, it's over here, yeah. Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
Supposedly they were gonna build some homes there, and I think it just,
Yep.
it fell off, and, we're standing there, and the reason is just like I said, our assembly won't let us go on further, put an offer, or buy it, if we can buy it right off.
Right.
But they won't let us do that without.
I think for the church, don't they have to go and
It's
notify the residents around that area first, and
Well,
then?
I think Jeff can explain.
Okay,
It's
go ahead.
conditional use permit is required for that property.
The R1 single-family zone allows churches with approval of a conditional use permit. So and you can actually apply as an applicant for a CUP with the property owner's permission without having bought the property. So if you apply for a conditional use permit, you'd have to do a site plan that shows how the church would be configured and parking and circulation and all that sort of thing. That comes to the city council, and then if the city council approves that, that would be your validation that the city would let you proceed with the project.
Okay, so with that, we have to talk to the owner then
Yes.
first.
Yes.
And, go through that.
Yes, if you want to be risk averse and not buy the property without any sort of guarantee that you can do the project, you can get their permission to apply for the conditional use permit to build a church. And then that goes through the public process, a public hearing, notifying the neighbors and that sort of thing. And then if the city council adopts the resolution approving the CUP, that is a right for you to proceed with development of the church on that property, which you can then present to the owners, or to your assembly rather, as evidence that the city is endorsing you moving the project forward.
So if you want some sense of direction, maybe you can set up a meeting with Jeff. You don't even have to come out here if you want to just do it like a conference call. You could do that whichever is easier for you, but this way you
But I
can
think
get a
he
sense of
wanted
direct.
to present it to also to the council.
Yeah,
We just need a little more that we can grab on so we can tell our assembly. our people down in LA, what's the next, step?
I think it would be best to do it that way because at the end, anyone that would want to oppose it, if they want to oppose it, would be the residents in that area. So go that route first to see, once they notify the residents, if there's no opposition on it, then you're pretty much set, because the only ones that can pretty much say what goes into their neighborhood is the neighbors there.
So it's not us, but we go through you.
He can just
Correct.
help you
Well,
with that process.
Yeah, yes, I deal with the application and approval process, getting it to the city council once you've submitted an application.
So once you go through this conditional use permit process, that's when the letters go out to the residents. And so that's when the residents will have an opportunity to speak up.
So yeah, there is a formal notification process where if you proceed with the CUP process, before we take it to city council for public hearing, we will notify all the property owners within 300 feet of the site. But that meets the legal requirements for us to talk to the neighbors. We invite them to come here. You're completely free to talk to them on your own as well and get their thoughts beforehand, to kind of gauge whether there is, what way the public opinion of having a church in that location is headed. So
Just on that side of where the house is at.
whatever you feel is appropriate. We have a legal obligation to do public noticing, but you can talk to the neighbors in any way around the property that you want to, just to kind of get their feeling about the proposal.
So then I guess a step is just to start the process of making a meeting.
Yeah. We can give you my contact information.
I think
Yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you. And so next we have Jeff with your presentation. And again, this is informational, so this is just to inform the public and our residents and our council of the new changes within the laws with ADUs and multifamily. Go ahead.
Bertha, can you put the PowerPoint? Unless you're having technical difficulties. That remains to be seen.
Okay, testing, testing. Okay.
All right. Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, staff, and welcome members of the public to a scintillating presentation on housing law updates and updates to our City of Parlier housing element. We'll be discussing primarily accessory dwelling units, Senate Bill 9, and mentioning a couple of other things, and then talking a little bit about our housing element in particular. So go ahead, Bertha. Okay, so ADUs have been around for a long time. They're intended primarily to increase the availability of lower cost housing. ADU law has been amended many times in recent years, and generally speaking, it provides for ministerial approval, meaning approval without notice or hearing, or any discretionary component of ADUs, whether they're attached or detached, as well as junior accessory dwelling units, as part of both single-family and multifamily development. Next, please. So state law authorizes cities to create ordinances that regulate ADUs in single and multifamily zones, and then says what the ordinance has to include. Cities can generally include standards that are more lenient than the law, but not more strict. If the city doesn't have an ordinance, we have to approve or deny ADUs using the criteria that I'll describe in a few minutes. that would otherwise be regulated by ordinance. And the state has, like I said, updated this many, many times over the last several years, continuously making it more complicated and, yes, less user-friendly because cities and counties keep figuring out ways to get around allowing ADUs. So until that stops, the law will probably just keep getting more complicated. So an ADU ordinance has to provide objective standards, meaning standards that are uniform, numerical, that don't allow any room for interpretation. It's black or white. It's either greater than 5 or less than 5, or pick a standard where you can just look at it. You don't have to apply any thought to whether or not the proposal meets it or doesn't. It just does or doesn't. Standards such as parking, which I have an asterisk next to that because we'll discuss parking again later. The height of the building, setback requirements, landscaping. Architectural review, that's another one that's always been very subjective, where an architectural review committee would look at, say, a color palette or an architectural design of buildings and say, no, we don't like this. Can't do that anymore. You've got to say, for example, the city provides a color palette, and if the proposal uses those colors, you have to approve it. If it doesn't, you have to deny it. It's, again, it's objective, black or white. Maximum size requirements, and then standards to prevent impacting historic resources. The ADU ordinance has to say that ADUs do not exceed the maximum density prescribed by the general plan or zoning, and that they are considered accessory uses or buildings as opposed to primary uses of a piece of property. The ordinance has to prohibit an ADU from being sold separately, except that it doesn't in 2 cases. One of which involves nonprofit housing authority type entities. And now there's a new law taking effect in 2024 that will allow certain ADUs to be sold as condominiums separately from the rest of the property. And ADUs do require that there is an existing or proposed dwelling on the lot. So generally it says that you can have one ADU of not greater, if you don't have an ADU ordinance, and this is confusing and I'll tell you why in a minute, one ADU of not greater than 1,200 square feet if it's detached from the dwelling, or 50% of the square feet of the dwelling if it's attached to it. And then you can have one junior accessory dwelling unit, a JADU, of not greater than 500 square feet that is built within the walls of the dwelling. Next slide. Okay, that previous slide was actually supposed to have been deleted, but I forgot, so I'll repeat some of it. The ADU ordinance has to say that any residential or mixed-use lot with an existing or proposed single-family dwelling can have an ADU and a junior ADU. Requires that the ADU is attached to or within the dwelling or detached from it, including attached and detached garages. So, as I mentioned, the generic limitation of a detached ADU is 1,200 square feet or 50% of the dwelling size for an attached ADU. But there is also a new provision of the law that if you have an ordinance, it says you cannot set a maximum size limit that is less than 850 square feet or 1,000 square feet if it has more than one bedroom. And I read and reread the statute and Department of Housing and Community Development's ADU handbook repeatedly to try and figure out whether I was misreading something or there's a conflict, and it actually looks like there's a conflict there. The intention is to say that if you don't have an ordinance, the 1,200 square feet, 50% rule applies, and if you do, you can choose to set a slightly lower size for ADUs. By the way, Parlier does not have a compliant ADU ordinance, so we implement the standard provisions of the state law. But we're fixing that. Next slide. So if somebody wants to convert an existing accessory structure, which could be an attached or detached garage, it could be a storage shed, any kind of permanent structure on the property, we cannot enforce setback requirements on the converted building or building separation for the building. And it limits side and rear setbacks to 4 feet for new ADUs, such as ones that are not converted from existing accessory structures. In most cases, parking requirements are limited to 1 space for an ADU, and it does allow parking in setbacks, which is normally not allowed. It provides that if a garage is converted to an ADU, the city cannot require the lost parking to be replaced. And then this is an interesting one. It was amended 2 years ago and it was amended last year. Prevents a requirement for fire sprinklers in the ADU if the dwelling doesn't require them. Obviously, if you've just got an older house that didn't require sprinklering, then the city can't require that your ADU has sprinklers. Some cities try to get around that by saying, well, dang, if you're going to build an ADU, we're going to require that you sprinkle the main building, and now you got to sprinkle the ADU too. So that was changed to prevent that from happening. Next, please. There's a portion of it that says you can have an owner-occupant requirement, except as provided in a different subdivision of the law, and then it says you can't have an owner-occupant requirement from 2020 through 2025. So the city's ordinance could not require that the owner live in one of the dwellings. But if rentals are allowed, the ordinance can require minimum of 30 days, so no short-term type rentals. It puts in place timing requirements for approval or denial of applications for ADUs, and then says if an ADU is denied, the city has to provide in writing to the applicant the reasons it was denied and how they can fix it so that it would be approved. Next. So some of the standards, an ordinance cannot have a minimum size that doesn't allow for what is called an efficiency unit, which is defined in Health and Safety Code, which refers to the California Building Code. So right now, an efficiency unit is 190 square feet. That includes a bedroom, closet, bathroom, and cooking and refrigerator facilities. This is the part that I was saying is kind of conflicting. The ordinance cannot set a maximum size of less than 850 square feet or less than 1,000 square feet if it has more than one bedroom. You cannot include standards for lot coverage, floor area ratio, landscaping. I put front setbacks in italics because that only took effect this year. Minimum lot size and other standards that would prevent the construction of an 800 square foot, what is called a statewide exemption ADU. And then you cannot establish a height that is less than 16, 18, or 25 feet depending on specific circumstances on the property and in relation to the proposed or existing other dwellings. Okay, so all those things I just said, here's a question. Would this be allowed? So as this is shown right here in this picture, this would not be allowed, but on a lot that doesn't otherwise have space for the exemption ADU that I just mentioned, it is possible to build an ADU within the front yard setback. This building, for example, is not on a permanent foundation. And there are a couple of other issues with it so that it doesn't qualify as an ADU, but it is possible to build a building very similar to this in that location. It could be 2 stories if need be, because there is no height limit under ADU law, although the city could set height limits if we had an ordinance within certain parameters. And the important thing to note is that we would apply the same standards that are in an ordinance or under state law to every property, but because the circumstances on each property are different, you won't always end up with the same results. So simply because this property might be able to build an ADU in that location does not mean necessarily that another property could build an ADU in a similar location. Moving along, please. So there are some absolutes about ADUs. So whether or not the city has an ordinance, we cannot require ADU parking if it's within half mile of public transit. We have, I believe, 3 transit stops in Parlier, so any ADU within a half mile walking distance of those, we could not require parking. If it's in certain historic districts, which we don't have, where the ADU is part of the primary residence, which would mean it's a JADU, so we can't require parking for junior ADUs. Where there are on-street parking permit required, but those permits aren't offered to the ADU, not ACU occupant, where there's a car share vehicle in proximity, or where the ADU is being constructed with a new dwelling and meets any of the above criteria. So under all those circumstances, we cannot require parking for an ADU. If there are non-conforming zoning conditions, building code violations, or unpermitted structures on the site, we cannot deny an ADU because of that, and we cannot require that those conditions be corrected when approving the ADU, unless the ADU itself would worsen an existing or create a present threat to health or safety. We have restrictions to the impact fees that can be charged. Some can't be charged at all. Some have to be charged proportionately to the size and actual usage impact to the system for an ADU. And no local fees can be charged for ADUs of less than 750 square feet. Schools are authorized but are not required to charge school impact fees, but ADUs of less than 500 square feet are exempt from those fees as well. And then there are restrictions to utilities and connections. Generally, we can't require separate connections to a water or sewer main, for example, or impose connection fees for ADUs. Next slide. So we get to what I would call 65852.2 lowercase e. So within any lot in a residential or mixed-use zone, the city has to allow, so this is despite all of the other things, one ADU or junior ADU within an existing or proposed single-family residence. If the ADU is within the space of the dwelling or an accessory structure, and you're allowed to expand an accessory structure by 150 square feet to allow for ingress or egress, which I have lumped together as access in that bullet point. You can build one detached new construction ADU with 4-foot side and rear setbacks, along with an existing or proposed single-family dwelling and a JADU. In multifamily buildings, you can build multiple ADUs within portions of those buildings that are not living space, such as storage rooms, boiler rooms, attics, basements, passageways, garages. And you're allowed to get at least one ADU and up to 25% of the total number of multifamily residential dwellings is in ADUs. So if you had a 100-unit apartment complex, you'd be allowed to get at least 25 of these ADUs built within spaces in the multifamily dwellings. Plus, not more than 2 ADUs on the same lot as an existing or proposed multifamily residential dwelling that are detached from the multifamily residential dwelling. So you could, again, with that 100, we'll stick with that number for math, 100-unit apartment complex, you could get up to 25 ADUs built within a non-living spaces, plus 2 detached ADUs on the property. Go ahead. Okay, that's it for ADUs for the time being. No, that's the first step. I did good. Hey, this is going a lot faster than I thought, so. Next, we talk about Senate Bill 9, a fascinating law that took effect at the beginning of 2022, as I recall. Its intention is vaguely similar to the ADU law, which is intended to help utilization of infill lots that are underutilized. It added 2 new sections to the government code, which I have dubbed, not really original, but the duplex law and the urban lot split law. Let's dive into this one. Okay, so the duplex law requires ministerial approval, again, approval without notice or hearing or any kind of special permit or discretion on the part of the approving entity. Ministerial approval of a proposal to create no more than 2 residential units. It technically is called a proposed housing development of no more than 2 residential dwellings or units. Has to be in a single-family residential zone. And part of the thing to keep in mind with some of these laws, some of them talk about single-family zones, some of them talk about single-family dwellings, multifamily buildings, multifamily zones, so it's very important to pay attention to the specific terminology. And for me it is. It can involve construction of either one new dwelling where one exists, and keep in mind, this is entirely separate from ADU law. So we're not talking about ADUs here, we're talking about actual standard single-family dwellings, or residential units, I should say. If you've already got one, you could build one more. Or you could build 2 new ones if you have none, or if you have one and you're going to demolish it. Build 2 new ones, and one in its place and one new one. Go ahead. There are some limitations. It can involve demolition of certain housing units. So in the case of where I just said you could demolish an existing one, you can't if it meets any of these bullet points here. You can't be within a historic district or property. We can apply, again, objective development standards, but whatever standards we apply cannot prevent development of at least an 800 square foot building on the lot. And then we can't impose setback requirements if we're building, if you're going to remove a building and build one with the same dimensions in the same location, we can't impose setbacks. Next slide. We may otherwise impose 4-foot side and rear setbacks, and we may require one off-street parking space, except for the situations there. And probably neither of those would apply in Parlier. High-quality transit, to my knowledge, the only high-quality transit anywhere near here is the bus rapid transit in Fresno. And then I don't know that there are any car shares or car share vehicles around. And then if there's going to be on-site wastewater treatment, which we wouldn't allow anyway, we could require percolation tests. Next slide. Okay, so then the second component of this is the urban lot split, and we can probably kind of go through this one pretty quickly. This essentially says that rather than do a public hearing for a parcel map, as long as somebody owns a single-family residential lot and they're going to split it into no more than 2 lots of greater than 1,200 square feet and no more than a 60%, 40% split, we just have to, the city council just has to approve that without any kind of discretion or consideration. There are certain restrictions, a whole paragraph of them under a bullet point, high fire hazard severity zone, wetlands, hazardous waste sites, fault zones, that sort of thing, where there could be an environmental hazard from developing on the site. Next slide. We cannot impose standards that would prevent construction of 2 units on either of the resulting parcels. So basically, you can use the urban lot split to cut your lot in half, and then you could do the duplex law to build a duplex on each one of those 2 lots. And it's important to again, consider that you can build any 2 dwellings under that previous duplex law. So you can actually build duplexes on single-family lots. And this becomes important in a bit here, because a duplex, no matter what kind of lot it's on, is still a multifamily building. So the map is still required to comply with objective requirements of the Subdivision Map Act, which basically means that a tentative parcel map and a parcel map are still required, have to be prepared by a surveyor or a qualified civil engineer. But again, there is no public hearing, and we cannot, the next slide will discuss this, but so we don't have to create a new decision-making body to do these. And the law also specifically says that the applicant for the urban lot split, and not the owner of the property, must sign an affidavit that the applicant intends to occupy a housing unit on one of the 2 parcels for at least 3 years, which it basically means that if I own a piece of property and Javier wants to live on it, he can be the applicant, and he gets to live on the property for 3 years, and I don't have to, or vice versa. But essentially, it's a way to allow somebody who owns a piece of property but doesn't want to live on it to have somebody else apply and sign the affidavit, and then the owner can move on and do his next project. So, next slide. Okay, so we can't require dedications or improvements. So if there's no sidewalk in front of a house or a piece of property that's doing urban lot split, we can't make them put a sidewalk in, at least not as a condition of the map approval. We can require easements, like public utility easements or a pedestrian easement. Similar to the ADU law, we can't require correction of non-conforming situations on the property. We can require that the parcels have access to or adjoin public right-of-way. The properties can only be used for residential purposes. And then, as I mentioned, most of the duplex law provisions also apply. So, next slide. Kind of a bone that the legislature threw to the cities who don't like these things is that if you let somebody do an urban lot split, you don't have to allow them to build, if they do the urban lot split And then if they do a duplex on each lot, you're not required to allow them to build ADUs on the property. So now that's not something that Parlier would impose, or most of the cities around here would not impose that requirement or restriction. But it does allow an agency to say, great, you split your lot in two, you put 2 units on each one, you don't get to put any ADUs on it. The parcel cannot have been the subject of a previous urban lot split, so you can't split your property in half, then come back a few years later and split it into quarters. And then neither the owner nor a party working in concert with the owner, is what the law says, shall have previously divided an adjacent parcel under these provisions. So if I own 2 adjacent pieces of property, I cannot use the urban lot split on both of them, nor could I sell one to my brother and say, hey, why don't you do an urban lot split on this piece of property, and I'll do one on this one. It doesn't work that way. Next slide. So this is actually a little bit out of date because this is from 2021, and ADU and SB 9, specifically ADU law, has changed twice since then. But this just shows very colorfully many of the permutations of dwellings that you can get on a piece of property without lot splits, with lot splits, and then with lot splits and an ADU. So as you can see, there are a few dozen different ways, different configurations of getting up to 4 dwellings on any single family lot right now. Next slide. Ooh, real world examples. Okay. So these are 3 different ways that you can combine, and these may or may not show up on the previous slide. I didn't check because I came up with this idea and somebody else came up with the previous one. So what we have in the slide on the left is kind of a typical SB 9 thing, where the two dwellings in blue are constructed under SB 9 as as a housing development of no more than 2 residential units. One faces the alley to the north, one faces the street to the south, and then there's an ADU between them. Perfectly fine way to go about combining these 2 laws. The next one is also something that I mentioned, which is the bottom one is an existing single-family residence towards the street. The one on the top towards the alley would be a new proposed single-family residence. So there's your 2 dwellings under SB 9, again with an ADU between them, also perfectly acceptable. The third one is a little bit of a different situation. The third one has an existing dwelling that is in green on this towards the street. And the blue building is a 2-story duplex that is towards the alley. This is a little bit different, and it's more complicated because the 2 duplexes are 1,234 square feet, so they do not count as ADUs. So instead, what we're allowed to do is consider those 2 to be the 2 units of development under SB 9, and for all intents and purposes, the existing 800-ish square foot existing dwelling becomes the ADU. And I have spoken with numerous other community development staff from local agencies who have used that same methodology to allow development like that. And I also have a request into the Department of Housing and Community Development to verify that that is an acceptable interpretation. But to this point, I believe it is. And this is, on any of these 3 sites, I'm not going into whether their setbacks are proper or anything. All I'm talking about specifically right now is that these types of development are legitimate, as provided that they are meeting the other objective standards. Next slide. Ooh, fun. Other laws. And these are brief synopses of a few things that took effect in the last handful of years. The Housing Accountability Act from 2017, among other things, it prevents disapproving an affordable housing development or applying conditions to it that make it infeasible to build if it complies with objective standards. The Housing Crisis Act of 2019 did several things, limited the number of hearings that can be held, including continued hearings, for any residential project to 5 maximum, which is not really that big of an issue for housing projects in this part of the state, but in other places it really is. It prevents the city from reducing density via changing the general plan or zoning without a corresponding increase elsewhere, so that there's basically a no net loss of overall residential capacity. We are no longer, not that we have one, no longer allowed to impose a moratorium or growth policy unless there is a very specific set of findings made, like say there's no wastewater capacity, for example. And we're not allowed to create subjective standards anymore. So any new standards we create have to be, like I described before, just very black and white, on or off, positive, negative, what have you. Last year's Middle Class Housing Act allows housing in office, retail, and parking zones subject to certain requirements, the biggest one of which is that the developer has to construct the project as a prevailing wage project, which generally greatly increases the cost of it. But if somebody is willing to pay that additional cost, there's a lot more space that they can build housing developments in. And then I don't know if I mentioned this before, and I'm not going to go into any of these. There were 56 new housing bills signed in October of 2023. Probably a third of which have no relevance to Parlier. They're specific to either other parts of the state or other cities or counties or agencies in particular. But there are a whole bunch of new ones. And actually one of those is the one that has to do with the separate sale of an ADU as a condominium. So next slide. Okay, housing element status update. Housing element update status update. So briefly, the only general plan element, the housing element is the only general plan element or chapter or section that has a mandated update cycle. Every 8 years, you have to update the housing element. The housing element contains demographic information and data, and it implements programs intended to facilitate housing. The 6th cycle housing element will begin on 12/31/23 and run through 12/31/31. The city is participating in the Fresno County multi-jurisdictional housing element process. Next slide. So the housing element is subject to certification by the Department of Housing and Community Development. It's the only element of the general plan that is subject to any outside certification like that. The MJHE contains a block of standard information that applies to everybody in the county, or all the agencies in the county. Plus it has an appendix that is specific to Parlier. And Fresno Council of Governments, or the Council of Fresno County Governments, is facilitating the process via a consultant. So a housing element that is not certified by HCD by the start of the planning period, which again is December 31st of this year, is deemed to be out of compliance, which could have the effect of the city not being eligible for state funding if that funding is specifically reliant on having a certified housing element. It will have the effect of the city having to undertake any rezoning listed in the housing element before the end of next year, which, frankly, that part's not a big deal. Next slide. Oh, sorry. Parlier's public review period for the housing element ran from September 27th through October 26th, and we received one comment letter. It was from Self-Help Enterprises, a nonprofit housing and infrastructure company in this part of the valley. It was a very generic letter. It was obviously sent just blanket to many agencies. It didn't say anything at all specific to Parlier. However, because we received a comment, we had to wait an additional 10 business days after the 26th before we could formally submit the housing element to HCD to start its 90-day review period. And the formal submittal was made on 11/10, which is the first day it could have been. Although for some reason HCD is showing it as, that was a Friday, they're showing it as 11/13, so we'll figure that out. So within a few weeks, HCD will contact us with a preliminary list of comments and schedule an informal meeting. Once we have their formal comments, the consultant will finalize all the edits in the housing element and resubmit it to HCD for 60 days. Next slide. So historically, after the second review, the housing element was usually ready for the city to adopt and send to HCD for certification. That was the case with the 4th cycle and the 5th cycle. Some agencies in other parts of the state have needed 4 and 5 reviews this time because of the substantial changes to housing, not to housing law, but to housing element law. Fortunately, comments that were received by other Fresno County cities, particularly the ones who submitted later in the process, aren't that bad. Because the ones who submitted early got comments back from HCD, and we were able to incorporate those comments into the later rounds of housing elements to get submitted. Next slide. Okay, this is small, but so for just for reference, these are the Fresno County jurisdictions and the status of their HCD review. The County of Fresno has not submitted. The City of Selma has not submitted. The City of Clovis submitted, and it is not part of the multi-jurisdictional housing element. It submitted back in May, got comments in August, and still hasn't resubmitted for its subsequent draft. The only city in the county, and this information is current as of today, the only city in the county that has submitted for a subsequent draft is the city of Coalinga, and that was submitted just this week. As you can see, there's the list of, if it's got 2 dates, that means that it was submitted on that date and received back by the second date. If it only has 1 date, that means that its initial draft is currently under review. As mentioned, Selma and the County of Fresno have yet to submit for their initial 90-day review. Next slide. Just to give a broad overview, throughout the San Joaquin Valley, Fresno COG, 14 out of the 16 entities have submitted, so 88%. Kings County, 0, Madera County, 0, Merced County, 0, Kern COG, 5 out of 12, San Joaquin County Council of Governments, 2 out of 8, Stanislaus County, 3 out of 10, and Tulare County, 2 out of 9. And 3 of those are in italics because their due date is actually 1/31/24. But for the purposes of discussion, they're essentially on a very similar timeline to the rest of us. Next slide. Other areas of California, Sandag, which was, so there were rounds of 6th cycle that even predated this, like Mendocino County, for example, was back in 2019. But of these 4 very, very large population areas, San Diego has, their due date was April of 21. And they're only 15 out of 19 are in compliance. Sacramento, May of 21, they're 89% compliant. Southern California, 112 out of 191, and their compliance date was a little over 2 years ago. And then more recently, the Bay Area governments, they're at 49% compliance, and their due date was 1/31 of this year. And just for reference, you can see that there's, approximately 32 million people served. Am I doing the math right? Ish? Yeah. So between these 4 MPOs, or Metropolitan Planning Organizations, it's about 32 million people. Next slide. So Fresno County and its cities have a combined population of just over 1 million. So from a practical standpoint, while the city will be out of compliance as of as of 12/31, HCD is far more likely to focus enforcement on areas of the state with so much more population that have been out of compliance for years now. And HCD does provide non-compliant jurisdictions multiple opportunities to become compliant. So in reality, it's very unlikely that HCD would do anything to the city of Parlier, which is in a lower income area that needs the funding that HCD provides. So for HCD to say, Parlier, your housing element is out of compliance and you're not providing affordable housing, we're going to cut off your funding for affordable housing. The chances of that happening are extraordinarily slim. Not impossible, but extraordinarily slim. And then for reference, the 5th cycle, which started on December 31st of 2015, Parlier's housing element was adopted by the city in February of 16, submitted to HCD in April, and wasn't certified until July of 2016. And in all likelihood, comparatively, we're on a better track to have certification before July of next year, would be my assumption. So there may be another, there's another slide. I think it's references. Yeah, so if anybody cares, these are the references that went into this PowerPoint presentation. If the council has any questions, I'd be happy to speak. But that's the end of the show.
Thank you. I think we need to be, lights, please. Lights, camera, action. Yeah, okay. Thank you for the presentation. The only thing I do, maybe just for clarification, and it's not really, because I don't really want to open it up for discussion, we're not going to do that. But on the permitting part, I know that you mentioned there were some that required permits, some that didn't require permits, because I think that's the confusion that we keep getting from a lot of the residents. They're seeing a lot of development being done that think that they have to go through the old process. Could you explain a little bit more
So,
detail?
In regard to ADUs, whatnot, yeah, so,
Either one, because
Okay.
they're seeing that it's totally different and really new, you know, to a lot
yeah,
of us.
so any housing dwelling unit or ADU requires a building permit. In a nutshell, an ADU has to be placed on a permanent foundation. It has to have permanent plumbing and electricity and so forth. So it has to be on a foundation. It doesn't matter, it's gonna be greater than 120 square feet. It does have to get a building permit, but it doesn't require any kind of special approval. It's supposed to just be a plot plan that shows the property lines, and it shows where the existing house is, where the proposed ADU is gonna go, how far everything is away from each other, just so we can say, yep, you've got a house, you're putting an ADU there, and it meets all the requirements. Yeah, that's how the ADU, specifically the ADU permitting process is supposed to work. It's just a building permit.
Yeah, but it doesn't require any special approval. Like, they just get a regular permit, just like.
Just a regular
Yeah,
building
but
permit.
like anybody, yeah.
Yeah, correct.
Like if you're adding an addition to your room, a regular building permit.
Same premise.
Same thing, yeah. I think it's because they think that it needs a special, because that's what I've been hearing from a lot of the
Yeah, it
ones
doesn't
that see
require, that's the point of the ADU law, is it specifically prohibits us from requiring anything special. It has to just be approved in a fashion where we are comparing what they're proposing to existing standards and saying it meets them, it's approved. Or it doesn't, fix it, and then we'll approve it.
Okay. All right, thank you.
And we is not the city council, so that's another thing.
Staff.
It doesn't,
Staff.
it's just
It's
staff.
Staff, yeah,
Yeah.
and that's the other thing that I know that they think that council has to approve those things. And it just goes to staff. They meet with staff, they propose what they're doing, and they go from there.
Yes.
Okay, so next we move on to public comments, and I have Sabrina. You're going to read a letter. We'll start with Sabrina with reading a letter from Christina Tapia Navarro, and then we can open it for the rest of the public.
I'm going to read this letter on behalf of one of my constituents, Christina Navarro Tapia. Dear Mayor Beltran, council members, city manager, assistant city manager, building inspector, city clerk, city planner, and Parlier residents. First, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Christina Navarro Tapia. I was a resident of Parlier for 65 years, still own the property at 345 K Street and 721 Tuolumne Street. I still pay property taxes and state tax. I share this information to clarify some residents that may doubt my legality to voice my opinion as to issues and concerns involving Parlier's building permit procedures. I presently live in Texas but intend to return to Parlier in the future. With the passing of AB 68, AB 881, AB 587, AB 671, AB 897, SB 13, SB 9, with California State Legislature revisions, California ADU construction has surged throughout the state. Cities throughout the state are revising or establishing new building codes ordinances to comply with the state's ADU guidelines, housing and urban development guidelines, and the California Department of Housing and Community Development Handbook. The state ADU guidelines and new city ADU ordinances prevent abuse from the real estate developers or investors. These ADU guidelines were established to help statewide needs for affordable housing and to increase homeowner wealth through rental units. They establish streamlined methods for ADUs and allowable duplex building permit approvals. Problems with sheds are handled by the Parlier Municipal Building Codes. To this date, Parlier has not established ADU ordinances nor revised their building codes. What is the result? Questions have risen. Who is authorizing these building permits? Is the community aware of the requirements for building ADUs, duplexes, or sheds on their property or lots? What are the preliminary costs, or how much will my property taxes increase after I build an ADU, duplex, or shed? Will I have to install solar panels on the ADU or duplex due to the new California Energy Initiative signed by the governor? Presently, the ADUs, duplexes, and sheds may be out of compliance under Senate Bill 9 or the Parlier Municipal Building Codes. The main question is, are these new construction projects in Parlier considered ADUs, duplexes, or allowable sheds within the ADU guidelines or the Parlier Municipal Building Codes? Parlier Building Code 18.14.050 prohibits uses except for a second dwelling. Complete Parlier Municipal Building Codes can be found on the internet. The suggestion to establish a Parlier City Planning Commission has come forth in the past and was dismissed as unnecessary. With the building of more ADUs in the future, varied lot shapes, lot split regulations, and zoning concerns, input from the community is invaluable. I'm sure through the leadership of Jeff O'Neill, a Parlier planner, and 4 residents from the community experienced in building construction living in Parlier will have no difficulty revising the building codes and accommodate the ADU guidelines. The commission can provide information workshops on ADUs, duplexes, sheds for the community and find solutions to the present building permit problems. Building ADUs that follow Parlier ADU building codes ordinances can count toward making sure Parlier meets the goal of RHNA and Housing Element Annual Progress Report. In closing, I request the council and city manager place this issue on the next agenda for discussion. Parlier residents need a platform in which to voice their opinions, concerns, and find resolutions to present building problems. This can be accomplished through the establishment of a Parlier Planning Commission that will alleviate outbursts during council meetings and provide a safe venue for Parlier residents to solve various building issues that may occur. Best regards, Christina Navarro Tapia.
Okay, thank you. I know we went over time, the time required is 3 minutes, and because it's Sabrina, I want to make sure that she was able to read it for her constituent. So we will allow the rest to, if they have any comments, to go a little bit further. But to address that, I know I wasn't going to open it up, but I think with the discussion that we had with the housing element, the ADUs, the duplex, all of that, this is why it's important that our staff that are the experts to be the ones to deal with these projects, because we all have different perspectives. We reinterpret the law a different way, but when you have an expert that is his job to do this, then he's the expert that will know exactly what is allowable. That's like a person that reads the law and wants to be the attorney because he's interpreting the law that way. The attorney is the expert because they went to law school, they have the experience, and they have the knowledge to know what is allowable and what is not. So if you want to address that, Jeff, I know because this is all, it goes through Jeff. It doesn't go through council, as we said. The ones that make these decisions is staff, which is Sonia, Jeff, if the engineer is required to be there, whoever is in charge of the community development, it goes through those professional departments that have the professional background to make the decision of what is allowable, because they cover not just this city, but multiple cities. So, Jeff, can you address that, please?
Yeah, I mean, there are a couple of things to address. I mean, one is that we're looking at some changes to how the community development department functions, such that there will be kind of a central point of contact, and hopefully all staff will make all staff aware that if questions come up surrounding certain subject matters, they should be directed to particular individuals. I want to touch briefly part of what you said when we all have different perspectives and whatnot. It's kind of like when I was showing the picture of a house with stuff in the front yard. Sometimes things work on some properties and other times they don't. So it's not If I, for example, as I think you were calling me an expert, if I was just asked a question, can I do this on my property? My generic answer would be, I need to look at your property and read the code to figure out, because I know what the standards are, but I don't know what your property looks like. I don't know where your house is. So we're going to be fixing some things so that there's not really a streamlining problem. There's kind of a communication problem, I guess, and so we want to make sure that everybody is given the same information. The same processes are applied. Again, you might get a different result, but the processes will be the same.
And that's the answer that you just said is not the same result.
Right.
And that is what everybody expects. Like if you did it for Tom over here, well, how come Jerry didn't get that?
Right.
And he's asking for the same project to be done. But like you said, it may not work for that property. So that is why, yes, it is the expert that needs to go look at it. That's why even an attorney will not have the same answer for,
Right.
I can ask one question and get a different answer. Another person can ask him another question. It'll be a different answer, just depends on what it's about. So
Right.
that's why I do say that it is expert, because when we read something and we're not the experts, but we read it and we interpret it the way we think, hey, this makes sense. It's what I think I'm reading is what it says here.
Right.
But you guys deal with it every day and for many years, so you have a better understanding than your typical person that will read something and say, okay, this is what it means. So that's what I wanted to say.
Yeah, it's and the way that it would work is if we have a set of rules and two different sets of facts, and Tom gets to do something and Jerry doesn't, it'll be my job to explain in writing, if necessary, to Jerry why it was not done this way in his case. And if he has an issue with that, he can bring it to the city council and the city attorney can weigh in. I mean, we hope that things don't get to that point, but yeah, it's a process, and we will in the very near future begin working on these things to make information more readily available, to make residents, concerned citizens, what have you, more aware of whom they need to talk to for certain things. And hopefully get everybody aligned as to who is responsible for what.
And that's another thing, because when you have a person that's not experienced in that field and gives an answer to that or what they're asking, look, how can I do this? And they get the wrong answer, they hold on to that and say, well, this is what the city told me that I could do, and now it's a mistake.
Right.
So that's why it's important to just go through one point of contact, which will be you. Thank you. Diego, go ahead.
When it comes to permits, and I believe the permit gets for 1 year, if the building is not done within that 1 year, what happens to the permit?
So building permits, they're initially valid they used to be valid for half a year, now they're valid for a year. They can be extended by the building official upon a request from the person, the applicant. And again, I'm not an expert in building permit stuff, but that's my layperson's understanding, I guess. But also, each time an inspection is done, the permit automatically gets extended. So,
Starts over right at that time.
yeah, so a permit that's valid for a year, and if you're doing inspections, yeah, it continues to be valid until, as long as those inspections keep occurring and progress is made.
Okay. I think, was that the only thing that you wanted to clarify from the comment, from the letter?
I mean, unless you want to talk about planning commissions.
I mean, I just know that it was something that
I don't know for sure that the purpose of a planning commission as it's posed here is really the function of a planning commission. A planning commission is generally put in place to remove responsibility from the city council as far as project approvals, except for certain things that are statutorily required to get to the city council. Places that have planning commissions will typically send things like parcel maps, conditional use permits, site plan reviews,
special.
variances, those sorts of things. The planning commission would hold public hearing. I mean, for all practical purposes, it's like a city council light. It's a body of 5 individuals that sits on the dais and conducts public hearings using the same rules and regulations as the city council, and then approves, denies, or
Right.
continues items, and if people don't like the decision of the commission, they appeal it to the council.
Yeah, some cities have it, but Parlier has always had the council be the ones
Yeah.
that, the planning commission. And again, this is why it's important that the perspective of, they think that they will be able to say what it goes, who can get a permit and who cannot. And that's why that interpretation, and when you don't know, it's better to have one that it's experienced, someone that knows what can be done, especially with the laws you just said, they're changing all the time. We had just
Yeah.
a few of them that, well, quite a bit of them, that were passed just this year. So it's always gonna change, especially with the housing developments and the housing crisis. That is what's making all these changes. So you can have one law today and then 2 months later, it's a different thing already. And,
Right.
and you guys are the ones that stay informed with the new laws and the new changes. We don't.
Yeah, and again, I'm not trying to crush the idea of a planning commission. I just think that the concept as it's presented here is not really what a planning commission does. The things that are mentioned in here that would be ostensibly assigned to a planning commission can be handled by staff and city council. When we're talking about workshops and yeah, I mean, workshops, getting input from the community. Again, the planning commission serves the role of taking project approvals away from the city council to lighten your workload. That's really what it's for. I mean, it's theoretically, some planning commissioners do have more experience in planning and related fields, but not really. I mean, there's no requirement for that. It would basically be a body of 5 folks appointed by you, by the council and mayor, to consider project approvals.
And the end result would be that it's still not gonna change the results of what the concerns are and what the complaint is in the letter.
Correct.
So I think it's irrelevant for that, because mainly the commission would be more to look at businesses coming in, what's gonna come in, what is approved through and that's something that what we're elected to do anyway. So bigger cities usually have those, but you know, that's our job to make sure that we listen to our constituents and do what they want and what they
Right.
want to see in our community. So.
And I will say also, on the note of a planning commission, when you have a planning commission, there are certain things that, like I mentioned, that are statutorily required to go to the city council. General plan amendments, annexations, rezoning, only the city council can approve those. If you have a planning commission, they have to serve as the recommending body. So right now, where you have, if somebody wants to rezone their property, we do a public hearing notice and it goes to city council. You introduce it, waive the reading, next meeting you come back, it's adopted. If there's a planning commission, they have to have a public hearing as well before it ever gets to the city council. So I'm not saying that it's a bad idea, but a consideration is that it does add an extra step and probably a month of time to any
We already have
approval that has to go to you anyway, so.
To go through with the state changes and laws. Okay, thank you. Next, any public comments at this time?
Testing 1, 2. Sounds better. This presentation is actually somewhat of a follow-up to a meeting that our organization had with your city manager, and present also was Police Chief Cerda, as well as Councilwoman Molina. Again, I'm here representing my father's business in advocacy and ministerial group, defending and speaking on behalf of our homeless population around Parlier. Tonight, I'm going to present to you, oh, by the way, we've had a very extensive public session here, almost 90 minutes. I'd like at least 9 minutes. I know I'm limited to 3. I'm asking for permission for 9 minutes, if it's okay with you.
Actually, 9 minutes would be too long. What you could do is, I allowed her to go 4 minutes, so you can go up to 4 minutes. So can you stop that so that way?
That's okay.
Only because that was a scheduled agenda item, And this is public comments, and public comments, you only have 3 minutes. So I'll
May-
go ahead and
may
let you
I-
go 4
May I
minutes.
respectfully then request, I have two other members of our advocacy group. They told me beforehand that they are willing to yield their 3 minutes to me. This is very critical and important to discuss.
They would have to take turns, like you would say your 3 minutes, they would come to the podium and follow after you and repeat and go on and so forth.
You
So
didn't
we could-
understand, you didn't understand my question. They're willing to yield their 3 minutes
No.
to me.
Okay, you cannot give your minutes away. The only way it works is that if you come in and do your 3 minutes, then they can come up and do their 3 minutes on the same subject.
What ordinance or what ruling is that?
That's the Brown Act.
No, it's not. I'm very familiar with the Brown Act.
Can you clarify what he's trying to do, for yielding the 3 minutes for
You
him
can't,
from
you
them?
can't do it.
I'm aware with the Brown Act.
Speak his 3 minutes, and then the people that he's with, that are with him, want to give him the 3 minutes. Is that allowed
Why-
or not allowed?
That's completely in the presiding officer's discretion. You have a 3-minute limit. If they request additional time, that's a matter in her discretion.
And the only reason I say this, Ben, is because that has been the complaint from this council for other people that come up and go past their
You
limit.
just fumbled the ball, Madam Mayor.
Why
Oh,
can't,
you said that the Brown Act has a statutory ordinance
yeah,
there.
I
Your
serve-
attorney, your
Okay.
legal counsel just said, no, it does not.
Ask
The
that.
Brown Act does not have a time limit.
it does have,
The council is allowed to establish.
but
a
he's
time
saying,
limit.
not the time limit, Neil, he's saying that he wants the other person to give him his 3 minutes, and that
What's
does
wrong with
not
that?
exist.
What's wrong? It's just
I-
the time is the same.
Extending your time is you're asking for me to extend your time. What you're saying is you want them to give you their 3 minutes. That's a total different situation. And I know this because
You're
it's
violating-
happened
You're
at the
violating my
Fresno
civil,
COG. Those are two
you're
different
violating
things,
my
Neil.
civil rights.
Extending his time is extending his time. But what he's saying is that he wants them to give him their time.
Are they affiliated with you, sir?
Yes, yes, we're a nonprofit.
Why don't you guys just tag team and then we
They-
don't have a problem?
They won't-
I am the speaker representing the committee,
So
and they feel more.
why-
Wait
why
a minute,
can't
I'm
we put
speaking. I'm
this-
answering his question. Do you mind
can't-
not? Do you mind not interrupting me? He asked me a question. I have a right to answer him.
Okay, go
Okay.
ahead. But this
Okay,
is,
well, she's
If it's helpful, sir. She's giving you 4 minutes.
yeah.
wow.
I'm sure she'll give the rest of them an additional minute or two.
I already had said that, yes.
So why don't you just say part of what you're gonna say and let them follow behind you? And then we have no problem.
Because it's never been done that way. I serve on the
They are
Fresno Council of
citizens in
Governments
this
and
community.
don't allow it there either.
They are citizens in this
This is,
community.
if you're in an agenda, if you wanted to be on the agenda, that's no problem. We could have put
Oh,
you
we're
on.
going to be on the agenda in the future. Yeah.
Okay,
and
well, then
will
we can
have.
schedule you for the next meeting,
Well,
and that
I'm-
way
I'm-
you,
No, I'm here at this meeting.
okay,
I
then you
sat
have 4
here-
minutes.
I sat here through almost 90 minutes of a
Have
public.
Because
type
he's
of
with, because
presentation.
it was a presentation and it's on the agenda. Yes, sir.
Mr. Garza, did you want to say something to me?
Maybe I
or
can,
to
maybe
him?
I can short circuit this,
Okay.
okay? Do you have a proposal to make to the city that you want the city to do something, sir?
I can't hear you. Is your mic on?
Yes, it is. Do you have a proposal that you wanted to make to the city council? for
I'm
the
here to
city
make a
to-
bona fide presentation that any and all citizens are entitled to do so. So don't change
I'm not,
my
I'm-
proposal or my intent.
I'm trying to help you out.
Thank
okay?
you, but you're not being of much help.
That's what they're supposed to do.
Mr. No, and I'm not saying this because he's talked to me or anything. I've done it before at a school board meeting because we, the union, as I sit on the board of the union, we're speaking to the council about a certain situation. And when somebody spoke and their 3 minutes was up, I walked up and gave them my 3 minutes. I'm just saying that I've done it before. I don't know if it's the law. So I'm
It-
just explaining to that I have done it.
Say, this is
So I just-
simply a council-established rule.
Yeah.
The Brown Act allows you to establish a time limit on public comment, and you can adjust that time limit any way you want.
And the,
Person who gets to do it is the presiding officer.
and the other thing too is that you guys had a problem when there was other people up here trying to extend their time. So this is why I try to do it, everybody across the board, Ben, this is not personal, okay? But they had a problem when other people were at
I'm
the
not part
podium.
of that problem. I'm
No,
sorry.
No,
Don't
I'm
include me in that.
stressing out that it was a problem with other people.
I'm not other
So,
people.
well,
I'm an individual
let me-
citizen.
And
with
they were
individual
individuals
rights.
too that wanted to stress out their
Individual
opinions of what
citizen.
was going on within the city.
I'm an
And
individual
we put-
citizen with individual
m-
rights.
Ben, please.
Well,
can-
yeah, well, you just go on and on and on. and
Okay,
you're nonstop.
then your 4 minutes, start his 4 minutes and he can be done after that. I'm not gonna entertain this. Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm not gonna debate this.
I'm not here with any intention of
Trying to
debating.
work with you and you're just being
No,
complicated.
you're not. You're trying
Go
to
ahead.
quash me.
Let's just start. Go ahead.
Started your time.
Go ahead.
Ben.
4 minutes.
I'm here to present to you case law with respect to how it affects our homeless population in Parlier. In Kincaid versus Fresno, the city of Fresno was sued by plaintiffs Kincaid and 6 others, and they prevailed. I agree that attorneys are legal minds, however, they make mistakes. The city attorney representing the city of Fresno lost the case. Kincaid prevailed. The city of Fresno was sued for $2.4 million in a settlement that they came to. Just because the attorney on behalf of the city was bringing up arguments against the plaintiffs, the defendant, the city of Fresno, lost. Okay, that's point number 1. The next case law that's very, very important is the Martin versus Boise, Idaho case that was not only heard by a state Supreme Court judge, but it was also appealed. And on appeal, the city of Boise lost. The plaintiffs prevailed once again. And Boise also was sued for $2.3 million. The point I'm trying to impress upon the council, enough is enough. Perhaps I'm standing here by myself and I can defend myself and I can speak clearly and articulately. And I know the law. I'm not an attorney, but I know the law. I also spent 8 years as president of the Parlier Unified School District, dating all the way back to 1980. So this is not my first presentation or my first involvement with public speaking or public discourse and exchange. The third case that was signed into law, and City of Parlier they're compelled to obey that law, is a Johnson versus Grand Rapids, Oregon case. That too is in the books. And we can't argue against that. I'm halfway. There's going to come a time, and that time is getting very close, where we will be here and we won't be alone. The attorneys that represented Kincaid in Fresno, I'm already in negotiations with them. I'm also in negotiations with the American Civil Liberties Union, who represented Martin versus Boise. So you may see me here appearing to be outnumbered and out-talked and quashed in terms of time element, but you, City Council, you're putting this city in jeopardy, because we will come with our legal representatives and we will file a lawsuit against the city of Parlier. And based on the outcome of these 3 major cases, and there's others, but I just wanted to present 3 to you in my 3 minutes. Municipalities do not have the right to bully, to mistreat homeless people, and that's what's been happening here in Parlier. Our ministry and our advocacy group has been reaching out to these homeless individuals, taking them food, water, clothing, and even shelter in the way of tents. The least the city of Parlier could do to these homeless and disenfranchised individuals is do something positive to help out, not to kick the can down the road.
Thank you.
The can has been kicked down the road far too long.
Thank you.
You have been given clear warning.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there any other comments? Did you want to address the council as well? Go ahead. Sure.
Hello, my name's Daniel Quintana. I'm part of the homeless ministry. And also, I wanted to share a few things about what I've seen out there. The removal of them at one time, pushing them from one place to another is not going to solve a problem. The problem's going to continue, and it's probably going to get worse. But as Pastor addressed, we're trying to try to help and try to work with the city to get something done. I mean, we're not asking much, but maybe a soup kitchen, showers. We're working on it, trying to accomplish that so we can help these individuals. I know that I don't know the law as good as he does, but I do have a statement here about what does a homeless bill of rights prevent. And there's homeless bills of rights right now. This one, a homeless bill of rights, is a response to the fact that homeless people all across the country and the world are subject to greater harassment and discrimination simply because they are homeless. Because of this greater vulnerability, greater protections are needed to keep people safe. If you've ever experienced homelessness firsthand, you might not realize how frequently the basic rights we take for granted are denied to our unhoused neighbors. This ranges from simple things like being able to sit down in a public park undisturbed up to huge, life-changing things like being able to return to our place of residence reasonably sure that it hasn't been torn down and destroyed along with all our belongings or pets. Laws allowing for encampment sweeps and preventing unhoused people from simply existing in supposedly public places are repeatedly questioned by our legal system and international human rights organizations. Yet they keep cropping up in one form or another. In cities and states across the country, enacting a homeless bill of rights sends a clear message that a local government will no longer look the other way when the rights of any of its residents are violated. And right now, California, there are also proposals to do the same in California, Hawaii, Oregon, Vermont, and Missouri, and there's many other states that have these laws. And right now, as he mentioned, certain laws that they have right now to protect them.
May I ask you a question? I know that our city attorney had actually asked if there was a proposal. What is your proposal? What do you want to propose the city of Parlier does?
Yeah, what would you like for
Yeah,
us to do to
that's what
help?
we want to know. I know that there's laws to protect our homeless. We understand that, but we don't
I think
hear.
actually more to the point, Mayor, what are they,
What do you
what
want
are
us
we
to do?
doing that
Yeah.
they're objecting to?
Right, and that's kind of like what
No,
I
I-
want to hear, because case law, all of that doesn't tell us anything of what you would like to see different from the city of Parlier. We would like to know, what would you want us to do differently? Second, is where do we get the funding to be able to help and assist the homelessness? Because one thing I'll tell you, we don't receive funds from the state. The what? No, county, no. Do we have a grant?
We have that one to build the buildings, but that's it. But that's not enough.
Okay.
That's not, Elma,
that-
that's not enough, remember.
This
to-
is,
to that.
okay, let me just talk to him first, and then you can approach the podium if you would like. Because there is not enough money, okay? The city doesn't have the revenue
Regular revenue.
sustain something like that. You know, it requires, you're not just gonna put a building out there, a shelter with no water, no sewer, no electricity.
Staff
All that it has
maintain
to
it.
be there. So what I'd like to hear from you is, what are you proposing for the city to do differently? Other than just depend on one grant that you won't see. I'm addressing it to him, please.
He doesn't know.
Okay, but he can tell me what he would like to see in his perspective. I'm asking him, okay? You can get,
You can sit me down right
no, I would like to hear from him. He's on the podium. So, city of Visalia is a lot larger than the city of Parlier. Where's the funding then? Please tell me where I get the funding.
The same project, if you would cooperate and collaborate with places like Visalia, Culver City,
That's
other
Tulare
California
County.
cities that have been successful in building organized, clean, healthy projects like the one under construction right now in Visalia. They're gonna have a ribbon cutting in April.
Where is the funding coming from?
Look,
That's what I'm saying.
well, the city manager can contact the city manager I can bring you
So
that
what we can
information.
do,
No.
why can't we
You
put
need-
this on the agenda, and you bring us information, contact Visalia, see what they have and how they did it, where they got their resources, because we need to look at that. We can't just say, we're gonna do this,
I'm
and
not
we
asking
don't
you to
know
just throw your
where
arms
the
up in the air
funding-
and say,
where
we're
the funding's gonna come from.
yes, you have to
Because-
organize,
Uh,
plan.
That's what I'm saying, that next,
I've been having meetings with your city manager, listen to me, for the last, Sonia, 2, 3 years?
Yes.
Because there was 17 homeless encampments that were picked up by bulldozers and their meager belongings were thrown into the dump.
they were not picked up by bulldozers, and second of all,
I've got
this
video,
is,
I've got video. See,
this
I
is
don't
private.
want to get into this kind
This
of
is private,
diatribe.
we cannot go.
I've got video.
I'm not,
of
let me
what
see the
they- what-
video. May I
Pardon
see
me?
the video?
We're not here to do this
Why,
right now.
why can't I see the video?
Oh, now you want to talk, huh? Now,
Okay, why don't you want to show me the video?
I
If
have
it
the vi-
exists.
I have the video, but I'm not here to argue videos. I'm here to present solutions. I'm here to propose solutions.
So the solution will be, Sonia, at the next meeting, can you bring us some information? And
I'll
we'll
bring
put it
all
on
the
the agenda. That's why it will be on the agenda. Then we can have a discussion. This is only public comments. It's not agendized.
Why does it take this type of diatribe to get the city manager to do that when I've already discussed these points of information with her for the past 4 years ago is when they took out those 17 encampments.
And I know you have.
2 months
I'm not
ago,
denying
2
that.
months ago, the city was there with 3 bulldozers, not 2, 3 bulldozers. I have the video.
Where?
Chief, okay, look, I don't mean to put Chief on the spot. You were there, Chief. How many bulldozers were there?
Was
How many bulldozers were there?
there bulldozers?
No, backhoe, it's one. Backhoe, it's a backhoe.
Call them up.
They
I'm sorry.
picked 'em up
I
with-
I don't know the difference between a
They
bulldozer and a
picked up
back.
the trash.
They
picked up their meager
trash.
belongings.
Okay.
They
Well,
dumped
what-
them
what
into
I heard-
Told
dumpsters.
them to get all of their personal belongings and then we would wrap it up and hold it for them.
Is that the one on private property?
Yes.
Okay, then, okay.
All our private
So what we'll
property.
do is that we'll follow up on what Visalia did. That way we'll make sure, and you know what? Just to make sure it's on the agenda, please, what day is that? So the day.
We'll
that's
have it on there.
Monday's the 7th?
Fourth.
The 4th, please make sure that it's on the agenda, because, you know, I just
And
want to make sure
just
that
meet
that.
with me prior and we'll
Yeah,
go through the.
And because If not, if it's not on the agenda, we really shouldn't even have this dialogue, okay?
Oh, no, we need this dialogue. I'm
I-
getting a
but
little
if-
bit of
when it's
results here.
on the
I'm
agenda,
getting
we
a little
can't-
bit of answer, positive.
Then they should contact Sonia before. the
Yeah,
week
I
before-
need
That's
the
what I'm
info.
saying.
Yes,
the week before the 4th, so that she has time to do the staff report.
I
'cause
need
it
information. We
Monday.
need to
That's
meet
why
at
I'm
least a
saying.
week before.
Because that's the only way we can have this dialogue. It has to be agendized, and that's the only way you can take action.
I'm more than prepared
You
to
cannot take
agendize
action
something.
if it's not on the agenda.
I have had repetitive meetings with the city manager. The chief has been there on 2 occasions, and other city council members. This isn't my first time I come before city officials.
No, I
That-
know you have.
And
that-
I do know that you have, but that's why I want it on the agenda so we can have a follow-up of how they did it, what they did, and what is it that we can do and what we can't do if we have the resources, because it all depends on the resources. I know you said that there's a grant. I don't know what grant that is. but-
we don't get money through that. Visalia gets money through a different source that we are not able to access. Is because we would have to get the money from the county.
Wait.
Does it go through like a nonprofit or something?
It goes through the nonprofit
And we
Madera
bring this up with
County.
them.
It goes through Madera. Oh,
Can you get us an update with all that? That way we know exactly what's
And
going on.
also,
I think too, where Ben is saying about this is from the meeting that we did have with Sonia. And his question was, is there fundings for the homeless? And her answer was, yes. Correct, Ben?
Yes, and there she is. She
Yes.
can answer that question
So is
better
there
than I
funding
can.
somewhere?
And-
no,
you were also
I was referring to the one funding that I have. That's just that small amount, but it's not enough to build
Build homes and
to
stuff.
build
what's the
a
amount?
homeless shelter or a homeless.
What
I
was
told
the-
him, explained it was only $130,000,
Yeah.
but it's not enough to do water, sewer, or to maintain it because we would need staff to be there.
But
So it's not enough.
if my understanding, Ben, if my understanding is for when we had that meeting, you were looking for something, a solution like something that we can do now. Because we know
The
that
law,
about that.
well, because these same laws require, they mandate a municipality to have an alternative place to put the homeless at. You can't just sweep them out. They're human
We
beings.
have the services, from my understanding, it's
The county.
It's the county that provides those services.
No, not the county, municipalities.
Oh.
Read the law or have your attorney
The
read
reason
the law
why,
to
why
you.
you're saying Fresno is because Fresno receives millions of dollars. That's why they're having that hotel built, because they get that money. Nothing
Only
comes to
because they
us.
got sued in the Kincaid.
Oh, that's a state-
Yeah,
that's-
The
it's right
county
here.
receives
Don't
the
tell me
money.
no.
We're supposed to take
So
the homeless to
so
the
that
county.
way there's more evidence of what we're saying. Sonia, at the next meeting, please bring us an update. Give us the information on how that money comes to Fresno and to Visalia and what we receive, because we don't receive a penny from any of them, not even the county. You know, Dyer is taking care of his city. That's why. We're not Fresno City. we're Parlier, and Parlier gets their own funds. Selma gets their own funds, and Orange Cove gets their own funds. We don't get their funds. That would be nice, but we don't.
That
You
is ludicrous. Nobody's suggesting that.
No, I'm just saying that she was saying that, because she was saying that Dyer gets their funds. But well, I'm just gonna end with this, so that way, Diego can say his last comment. But we will put it on the agenda. Please come in before that meeting to make sure that it's on there, because if it's not on there,
How
we
much
cannot
time, how much time are you going to grant me when it's agendized?
when it's agendized, you have time. When it's not
Yes, ma'am.
agendized, you only have 3 minutes.
Ben, I'll remind you for when you need to put it on the agenda.
We'll come up, we'll
So,
have
well,
it, we'll
yeah.
have
Well,
a
I'm making that
presentation.
request right
We'll
now
put
for the
together a
record.
presentation.
Madam
I just wanna make sure
Manager,
that they
Okay.
do it.
I'm making that request right now. for the
I
record.
understand,
Okay, we'll have a presentation put
Ben,
up there.
I understand that, but I don't want them to forget to put it on the agenda.
Not
That-
gonna
No,
forget. I
not
have
you.
a good memory. I have
Staff,
a good
sometimes it
memory,
happens.
And the best way to do things is right now.
Okay, I'll put it up there.
And
I'll have it
that's
ready,
all.
okay?
in respect to Bertha, I know you said the fourth, Mayor, which is Monday, which is the day that it gets posted, but she needs it before. So
Yeah,
if
so
Bertha,
Friday.
if you can give the date that you want it in before the fourth, if you can just give the date, that way they know.
It would have to get to Sonia, whatever they want, or
Well,
whatever she's gonna
just
put
for
by
him to
30th.
remind her.
By the
because
30th?
Sonia needs to do her part,
that's
but
what I'm saying, 30th,
I
so
just
she can
want
write
you to
this
And I
remind her.
respectfully request, Sonia, that when you contact Visalia, City of Visalia, and they provide to you copies of either grants that they have successfully retrieved, I would like for you to also pursue information regarding the wraparound program, because the Tulare County Health Department is involved with the City of Visalia. It's a beautiful collaborative that they have going. I would love for you to please do that research for me as my city manager. That way I can be even better prepared. I do my homework. I'm gonna do my own research. But I want it to come straight from the city manager's mouth, because sometimes when I bring factual data here, there seems to be skepticism or like unbelief.
I don't think it's unbelief. I just think that it's a different, Fresno, you can't compare us to Fresno. You can't compare us to
I'm not
Visalia.
doing that, Madam Mayor. That is ludicrous. You're repeating the same thing.
Because they say, because you're actually referencing Fresno.
Because they
Please,
suffered a major
reference
lawsuit.
Orange Cove has.
I'm trying to bring information to you about the possibilities that can occur.
That's fine. Let's just work on that for the next meeting. We will work together, get the resources, find out the resources, but I'd just like for you to come by to make sure that it is agendized, because if it's not on the agenda, we're gonna come across this problem again with time limitations.
In the meantime, we agreed that the homeless would not be further removed
I think
anywhere.
they're still there, aren't they?
They're still there.
Yeah, they haven't been removed.
Well,
They're actually on our property now. If it's their private property, we can't control that, because they contact who they need to contact when it's their private property. But when it's city property, you know, if we want to find a solution, we are not going to do that. But I can't say anything about private property.
And one last item, no curfew around the city park. It's public domain. It's our
No, we have a
public
curfew
park.
on our parks.
I
We have a curfew on our parks. That's,
do we have, is that an ordinance or something? I think there is, huh?
it's an ordinance.
Again, these laws right here supersede those
All-
ordinances.
No, all parks, no. We can't have,
You're violating their civil rights to
Well, let me look into that.
well, I already showed it to the city
But
manager.
I haven't seen it. May I look into that, and then
I want the whole council to look at it, not just you.
we will.
I'm talking law here.
No,
It's
we
not an
will.
opinion.
And then by then, we will have us answer for you at the next meeting as well, okay? Okay.
For the record, Mr. Thomas, I have requested for the showers. I have requested for them to have their meals several times, Sonia, haven't I?
yes.
And I'm amazed that a church in Selma is doing all that and we can't do it. And we got $138,000 sitting there.
There's certain things you can use the money for,
But
Kathy. You
I'm
can't
just,
use it.
you said we had that for the homeless. You told a couple of us already. See, we could use that. I requested, again, the showers, the food, tents, all that stuff. I've done it. But it keeps bouncing off the wall. That's all that's happening. Okay, thank you.
And the next meeting, we'll look into what we can actually do with that grant, because sometimes you hear you have a grant and they think you can use it for whatever. So let's look at what the actual grant states, what it can be used for. If it's for showers, then we can find a way to get the showers here. If it's for meals, then that, because $100,000 is not gonna help in any way, like we said. Do you think it costs only $100,000 to put sewer lines and water lines? It's millions of dollars.
Yep.
I have the copy of the standard agreement, signed into agreement between the city of Parlier and the state of California. It expressly states that homeless people homelessness can be addressed as well. And like I said, we're asking for small amounts. City of Fresno, under Kincaid versus Fresno, they subcontracted Helping Hands Outreach Church and Ministry, and the church is actually administering the portable showers for the homeless.
The church is paying for it?
I just told you,
Yeah, that's
the
why we're
city,
gonna,
no, the city subcontracted the
city
church.
has resources. Okay, then we'll be, next meeting, we'll address all those concerns.
Yes, and included, I do want to discuss this standard agreement.
Okay.
Even if it's just $133,000, some money is better than no money at all.
Can use it on some stuff, yes, I believe that.
Honestly, I don't think
Okay.
the Salmer Church spent hundreds of thousands of dollars to get them a shower, clothes,
Okay.
and food. Okay.
Thank you very much, and we will address it at the next meeting, and we'll look into those issues and see what we can possibly do. Thank you. Any other public, Humberto?
I just want to thank you, all of you guys, because you cut your salary. Now you know in what situations, economic situations we are. Long time ago, I told you that we were going like Bell, the city of Bell in Southern California, because we were spending money from Jan to pay Robert. And it is the same issue that we got here. So now that you guys know what's going on, I'm really hoping that you guys can work and bring in all solutions to what's going on with audit. We haven't been able to bring the auditor, as you guys promised, and we passed a resolution here with the council for 4-1, I think. And but I'm not going to be satisfied with that, so I'm hoping that one of you, the council, one of the council members, will request a state audit. I cannot request that myself, but it has to be a council, and I back it up that to get a state audit, because we got a lot of stuff.
Are you
that is
saying
going on.
audit?
Yeah,
'Cause
audit.
I thought you said outlet. I'm sorry.
No audit.
Audit.
Yeah, auditoria.
Talking about the state controller to come and do
Yeah,
an audit.
they can come and
And they
clean
can.
everything else, but it has to be a request by you guys.
We already have asked.
Daryl, yeah.
No, but we had asked.
Yeah.
Sonia a few months back. We just did it again the other day again. We asked for a state audit.
I can actually request it myself.
Yeah, you can ask a
It
request
is very
yourself.
important to make sure
So,
that
so,
everything's good.
so we can make sure, because I've requested it before. It's not the first time I've had a request to the state controllers to come in and do an audit. It's been done before. So, I can request it tomorrow.
Yeah, because they
That's
will
fine.
help us to clean up the situation. We got money that we don't know where is that. We got $750,000 or whatever that we don't know if we're gonna have those. The mayor is keep on saying that we paying from Paul, expecting that John is going to reimburse us, and we
Never
don't
said
know
that.
that. So
But-
eventually, we're gonna go broke,
So
so.
thank you, and
yeah.
I will make that request, and thank
Okay.
you.
Thank-
Is there,
No, I just want to add also that I'm very disappointed on the homeless. Sometimes we request grants for the homeless, and we haven't done anything for the homeless.
okay.
You know?
Do you have it? Okay, go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Sandra Alvarez. I have a question in regards to, I believe the last meeting, there was a first reading in regards to the salary stipend for the council. And I didn't see a second reading on this agenda, and I wasn't sure as to the reason why, if we didn't need a second reading for that specific item.
To do a second reading, we needed a public hearing, and you need 10 days of it being published in the paper, and we didn't have enough time, so it'll be on the next meeting.
So you didn't have a lot of time. Are you stating from the last meeting to this meeting, you didn't have enough
No,
time?
Because, well, I was off a few days, so when I came back, I put it in. We didn't have the 10 days, so it's going on the next agenda.
Okay, so then I can speak about it the next agenda since it'll be there. Okay, thank you.
Is there anybody else?
Good evening, Council. John Montaño, 500 Progreso Drive. I want to ask Jeff on the ADUs. ADUs. Long before the laws were passed, Parlier had a bunch of ADUs already. So all you have to do is go drive around. But I understand that they passed. My issue is with parking. And I guess that's going to be an issue. I don't know how the council wants to address that. There's people down my block parking way down here, and they live way up there. And if you go, they just put a duplex. I guess it's on 8th Street and Independencia where it meets, and it was approved, I think, and all that. They put a duplex in the back, and I think I have the square footage on my 2 properties there. That anyway, but my concern is the parking. It does become an issue for some people. There's Miss Molina over there. Miss Carolina is complaining about parking over there because of the apartments. And she used to come to council, and I would try to address it. I know you guys don't know anything about it because the street should have been opened by the apartments. And that's up to you guys to look into it. But that apartment, that street should have been open all the way to the other street. And that would have been, and they should have had more parking on that side. So, and I tried to address it, but I'm no longer there. So that's something that you guys need to look into. I know there's a problem. There's going to be an issue. Some of the streets are very narrow. And so it's difficult to even drive in there. So I know I don't have a problem because I live in the corner. So I have quite a bit, and I got my driveway, added some cement, concrete. And so, but it is an issue for the rest of the residents down the street that you have 2, 3 families living in a house, and they have to have about 4 cars, I guess. So you got a driveway that only has one. The garage is no longer working, all right? Most of the time, there's very few working garages. Mine still works. I still open it. I know you drive by there, you've seen the garage open. And so there's an issue with traffic.
May I answer a real quick question? I know that you were saying about parking, and correct me if I'm wrong, Jeff, but I was on a Zoom meeting, and they were, and this is down south, we were having the discussion about the housing crisis and the new changes.
Do I still have time?
No, you have time. So they're going to change that now. When you would have to have 1 unit per and a stall per unit, they're actually going to eliminate that. Now they can put multiple units and not have a parking stall for that unit. That is what's coming down the pipeline. Correct me if I'm wrong about that.
So there are different mechanisms that get put into play. Right now, the city requires 2 garage spaces. The cities are allowed to set their own parking requirements, and except when they're preempted by state law. So, like for a single-family dwelling, in Parlier, you have to have 2 garage-covered parking spaces. For a multifamily development, you have to have 1.5 parking spaces per unit. So, obviously, you don't end up with half spaces. You just do the math and round up when you get that half space. The trend in California is to eliminate parking requirements and move people towards transit and alternate transportation methods. Obviously, that doesn't necessarily work in places like Parlier or even places like Fresno.
Yeah.
People still want to drive cars, so people are still going to need parking spaces. So the city has not changed its requirements for parking. When we get into other things like the ADU situation, convert your garage to an ADU, we can't make them replace the 2 lost parking spaces. If people propose a junior ADU, we can't require them to have a parking space at all for that. If people build an ADU, we can require a maximum of 1 parking space for that. So, and that we can require one.
I'm
So we don't
I'm
have
referring
to.
for the spaces on the street itself.
Yeah,
I mean, most people do not want to drive all the way in and all the way out. I mean,
and you're talking about Salandini Villas?
I'm
in
just thinking,
particular?
I mean, they're gonna put in me, myself, I have 3 vehicles, all right? Only 2 people drive, me and my wife, but I have a truck. Every home should have a truck, I think, because you need it to go bring stuff, and then 2 vehicles. But now you're gonna build a dwelling in the back, an ADU. You're gonna put what do you call it, a duplex. How many more people are gonna bring cars to that one? And I'm just saying that I don't know if I know it's a difficult situation where I know there's been a problem already where I live. I mean, nobody's ever talked about it. Nobody said, but whose car is that? You know, and all of a sudden we're starting. And I live on the corner, and they asked, did you see that? Going, I don't know whose it is. And I've had restrooms. I told the mayor, I got restrooms on the side right there. I think we got outhouses out there now. But, you know, and they didn't belong to any resident in Parlier.
I do, yes. I live in the middle
Yes.
of my block. And yes, I do have a driveway for my car. But when my daughter started driving and, you know, we have my son starting, there's nowhere to park on my street.
And I see down your street there's quite a
Yeah.
bit of parking.
And-
I mean,
and-
it's difficult.
Yeah, very difficult, especially with the multiple housing across the street from me.
And it's gonna get, if you go on 8th Street over there by the apartments, the plaza,
Yes.
and there was a problem. Now those cars are coming out to the street.
Yes, I know.
Going over there to make a turn, it's getting difficult.
Yeah.
Especially there's more kids, more new people are moving in, and that's great. But they have children.
Yes.
And it's becoming a problem, and you gotta drive slow because, Jesus, the kids will run out in the street. And it's happened to me, that's come, I said it. I thank God I was going slow. But I don't know how this is gonna work out. I'm a little bit worried. And there's people that got loads of money and they're putting duplexes behind especially our properties. There are almost
Smaller.
8,000 square feet.
Yeah.
That's statewide.
I understand that, but I think we don't have policies, nothing in, like you said.
Well, and to a large,
I think that's something that needs to be addressed.
You
to a
can't
large
even
extent, we
supersede-
can't do anything about that.
Yeah.
Because the state of California has said for these types of developments, you have to do this. You can't, whatever local rule you put in place, we
won't
just
apply anymore.
superseded that.
And the other meeting, like I said, that I had that meeting, and they are trying to push everybody into transit.
Yeah.
And they think that it's gonna work, like for Parlier, everybody's gonna get on a transit, go to Fresno. Nobody wants to do that and wait an hour in Fresno to come back home. And this is what I always say, it's like, you're not gonna everybody wants their independence.
Yes.
So that's why you see multiple vehicles out there and you trying to fight for space now. And it's going to get worse because that is what they were talking about. All these apartments that used to put a stall per unit, that's out the window now. They're gonna put more units for people to come and move into versus having parking stalls.
Well, we're gonna see
Yeah,
what that.
and they would have to walk, they even said this, a block down the street to go to their apartment because there's no parking. And that's what we're gonna be facing here in the future because of these new laws that changed. But it's gonna get worse.
With the Saladinians all on that dirt road.
All those people and those apartments, I mean, they live in an apartment. I guess they won't own 5 cars. I don't know what the need is for 5 cars, but I mean, I actually have 4 cars, but 2 more are but they're classics, all right? But they're not on the street. So, but I wanted to address that. Also, I'm sorry if I don't want to go with time, but
Yeah,
I'm going to address the last city council meeting that I went to was August the 3rd, I think. And due to certain things that happened to me, I wasn't able to attend any more meetings. But I'm getting back on my feet now. So anyway, but that day I talked to the council, and I supported Ms. Molina and I supported Mr. Diego. I even supported Ms. Sabrina. I even called her and told her I supported her. You know, but I was a little disappointed. What I'm trying to say is, we got a right to voice our opinions up here. You run for office, you get elected to an office. There's no guarantees of getting paid. You do it because you're gonna do something good for the community. And I know that the issue of getting paid came up. I mean, you addressed it, dropped it down to $500. It's great. I was only making 250, I think. But it wasn't the issue. I mean, I never did it for the money. I wanted to give up. And I understand somebody wanted to give you money, and that's fine. That is great. This is something that you want to do because you want to help the citizens of Parlier. Bring some better. Be better than me. Be better than the rest of the consuls. I can't help it. What happened 10 years ago, 8 years ago? I don't approve of it. I don't. Ms. Alorio, I was having a conversation with Mr. Humberto outside. He asked me to step out, and she went, and she told me, "Don't touch me." I didn't even touch you. She's the one that touched me. No, now you're gonna deny that? And I was talking to Humberto. We were talking about some. I don't really remember. I was already in a little bit of a problem back then, but and the first thing she says, and I heard it last meeting, will you support the mayor? That shouldn't be said by any council. It doesn't matter who I support. I support her because she's voting the way I need it. You're not. He's not. She's not. She's not. And now, and when you do, I'm gonna support you because it's something that I like, something that we need. I'm addressing issues also. I just don't have a vote. We might be 100 people here, but this is your constituents. You don't like them? Resign. All I'm saying is we have a right to come and voice our opinions here. I don't agree with everything Mr. Thomas said either. And I know him. I went to school with him. I know who he is. You know, so I don't agree with everything. But I just want to say that. I want to clarify that. And I can say, well, I was attacked. I went out there. I'm not going to say that because it was not true. You went out there too, and you call me Mr. Montalvo.
Thank you for saying it's not true.
It's not true? It's not true. You didn't attack me. If I would have touched you, you probably would have said I attacked you. But I'm not going to say that because it didn't happen. Right?
Thank you for clarifying.
And Mr. Humberto is the one that said for you to leave. I told you to leave. Because this conversation between A and B, and what's the next letter? See you later. So, I didn't need that. I want you guys to know what happened that day. I was going to bring back to the council. And I could say a lot more, but I'm not. That shouldn't have happened. That's when you recess went or whatever. I didn't like that. And it happened to this young lady that you support the mayor. So that shouldn't be said. That shouldn't be said. We got a right to voice our opinion. And, I really do support you. What you said last meeting about the monies, what do we give away, is right. But I think you as a council should look at how much does it add up to the end of the year. And how much did it cost us? The mayor was right. We do not have the money to support some of these things that people want. You understand? I understand that. You guys are already in a deficit. You got 30 grants. 30 grants. Who's overseeing them? Who writes grants? You got one person, I think you guys have mentioned, Ms. Sandra, but she's not. I'm telling you, I don't think she's. So who's overseeing them? Now you want some more grants? Listen, let's get it right. We're not even getting the money yet. So I just want to leave you with that. And I hope I made some sense there. I still support you. I think what you said was good, but I think you should have followed up and said, well, how much are these freebies costing us? You're not there. I don't know how much it cost last year. And 150 doesn't go very far, like Ms. Sonia Hall said, for showers or, Jesus Christ. Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you for your time.
No, it's fine. Thank you. Is there any other comments? I need to go on to the next item.
I want to talk, please. I got the right.
It is public comments.
Okay,
you
but
can
I want to
actually
speak.
bring it up in the council comments if you want to address whatever he said. You can do that. Okay, go ahead.
I just speak on behalf of our church, Parlier Apostolic Church, and say thank you for your time. And hearing Mr. Tamez, is Tamez like me, but I know the people need a lot of things in Parlier, And we try in our church, we try to help in a little bit. That's the reason we try to buy this piece of land in the corner of Terricker and Parlier. And we here just to put in your hand and ask for help. We have the cash to buy this land. The only thing we have to go the good direction, and I think you're the man who will help on this way.
Yes.
Yeah.
And just say thank you again. And it's a lot of things to do in this beautiful city. Need a lot of things, and if each of or one member of this council or and each person in living in this beautiful Parlier, we can do more.
Yeah.
But we need to help us each other to do better things. Not only you guys. It's a lot of things. We need a lot of money, and we try to bring from another places. It was in our church we try to do raise funds to do maybe once a day on a plate of food for these kind of people, the
Yeah.
homeless, or the woman
Need.
with problem in their homes, and these kind of things. But that's the reason we're here. Sorry for my English is too bad, but I try to communicate with you guys. And lo único que quiero decirles que Dios los bendiga.
Gracias.
God bless you guys, and we try to do the best on this city. And go ahead. A lot of people talk, but the only God can do whatever you can do, God can do. Chief, when you can't, God can. And
Amen.
I think God is under the, not under, it's over. Sorry, it's over this city on this time. We have to ask God for her bless, His bless, and I stop because
Thank
my
you.
English is too short. But Jeff, I need your car.
Yes.
And thank you, Alma, Sonia, all you guys. God bless you.
Anytime. Thank you.
Pastor Abel Bustos.
It's on the agenda.
Pastor, just
It's,
nos vamos. We finish. And again, God
where is
bless
it?
you.
Oh, yeah, he was in the presentation. Carlos Tamez. Gracias. Okay. Thank you. So we have next on the consent. That's it. They already all spoke. Consent calendar. Do we have any items to pull? Okay. So let's start with item number 1.
Sorry. Yes, I had a question for the check number 61704, which is for Silvercrest. Because I was looking and I went back to, oh, I'm sorry, I forgot. I was gonna give you guys these. That way, there was a payment paid for. I'm talking about the Silvercrest is the rental for the new city hall. Can you pass them down? See if I give you guys enough. And my question was, when I saw it, and I did mention it to Sonia, because even in our budget books, when we got our budget books back in December, it was written there as 3 of our departments were gonna have an increase in their spending because of the rent of the new city hall. So I did question that back then, but then on this one that I gave you, Council, if you can see, it says the dates. Rent, and this was from last month's meeting. But it has the that we paid rent for June, July, August, September, and October, correct? But then, and we didn't, we didn't get that one, right, Bertha? Which was the one in July, but we did checked, and July we paid June, correct?
On the warrants that I looked up, Janie just told me right before the meeting, so I didn't have time to print them or look at them really good. But I did look up the June 20th meeting that she's talking about, and it shows a payment made to Silvercrest for June 2023, which also shows on the one that she just passed out to you guys. So I don't know.
That we paid in October.
I don't know.
And then-
we
So
didn't
then,
have time.
what we could probably do is maybe, this is why it's important for address, when you see something, when they give us the agenda and you notice something that's on there, so that way they have time to review it and then can answer your questions, because right now,
Well,
there's.
yeah, I just saw, because I was looking at today's, and then so that kind of went back again, and
Yeah.
I said, I remember seeing this again.
Yeah.
So, but then
I think
Bertha was
error,
saying
double
it could
payment?
be a typo or something. Yeah,
Because,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
I think it's a typo, that's what I'm gonna think it is.
Thinking
more
that might be a
Because aren't
typo.
we
Yeah.
paying rent?
It's actually, it's a lease.
It's a lease to own.
It's a lease to
Yeah.
own. We're purchasing it.
Yeah.
And that's what Bertha was saying. Maybe it's supposed to say mortgage or something, but because it keeps coming out as rent, and it was also
Because
really
it
a
is a rent, it's a
mortgage.
lease to own,
But
so
Yeah.
It's a purchase, so
once,
Yeah.
once
I'm just
you
saying
finish
'cause
paying off.
there are gonna
I-
be questions about it.
Yeah, that's probably what it is, but
Yeah.
that way at the next meeting, if you wanna clarify, or
Yeah.
even contact her and give her an update.
Yeah, and just clarify, make sure that these numbers are not, the dates are
I think
not
it's a typo, though,
fixed,
because
yeah.
Were we behind?
That
for
was
them-
that was
for-
my other question. Were we behind?
If
Were we
we
behind
all-
that we
if-
had all
If we
these?
see all these dates, where is it at? Oh.
Yeah, on the when I just gave you the
For
copy
now?
I gave you.
So that tells me that we were behind.
That's what I thought. That was
Mm-hmm.
my next question. Was were we behind on the payments because of the fact that we're like
There's
all-
too many.
5
yeah.
of them.
there's a
Yeah.
That's why the
There's
July
5 of
20th
them.
made sense, because I'm like, okay, it's July, we paid for June, which
Yeah.
makes sense, but on here it shows June
June again.
Yeah.
So then we're like,
Good.
I think
good
it was
catch,
a combination
Janie.
of them,
Good catch.
Yeah, so
them,
that-
their staff and our staff, and they were sending it to Ellie and Danny.
Oh.
Oh,
So,
sorry.
yeah.
shouldn't our staff, once they took that position, notified everybody of the new change? Because that's our responsibility too. You know what I mean? If you're taking that role now and that responsibility, so then you notify the people, because that's what happens when we get a new city manager. They notify all the agencies that deal with the city manager to let them know I'm the new city manager, or if it's finance, I'm the new finance person. That way they contact those people, because if not, they're not gonna know of our new changes.
So
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like for November's and our
they ended up
report
sending
today.
me an email saying, "Hey, we haven't been paid," and
Okay.
then I said, "Oh, geez."
Yeah, because if
Okay.
it's a monthly payment, then we should be seeing it every month.
Right.
And
I'll
like the
find,
one
I'll
for
find
this
out and I'll
month-
report the next.
Yeah, the one for
Okay.
this month was right. It says November for November.
Yeah.
But the other ones, yeah, they need to really
Okay.
be looked at.
Yeah, and look
Fix
into
it, they
that.
need to,
'Cause
yeah,
more
it
than
doesn't
likely,
make
that's
sense.
what it is, especially if we were behind. And make sure, Sonia, that they know who the point of contact is now.
Yeah,
Okay.
that was my only one I had.
Okay, and then you have a question on,
I have one. For 61687 on the pay warrants. It's for Neil Costanzo, or Costanzo and Associates. We're paying $64,500, and on the invoice it says for attorney services, and then it has other ones that breaks it down into which one he was actually doing. But it's for 12/22, the year of 12/22. We're 11/23.
yeah.
So
What happened? He didn't get paid, that's what happened.
So
Yeah.
We brought that up last
we brought
time.
that. I brought that up the last time that your checks were
And-
backdated, and I said, "Why are we not paying it on a timely manner?"
Again,
And again, it's
So I had my staff work with his staff to go through all of the bills and work out what's missing. So they sat down together to go through each one to figure out what's missing, and so that's what they've been working on, and that's the reason why that one came up as one of the old ones that hadn't been paid.
And
So
that's
you
why,
see that.
again, and it's all internal, because that's why even Silicon Ranch didn't get paid either. So this is very important that our staff know that they must make sure that they pay our bills, because we're the ones that look bad. Then we have to pay him all the back pay, and it makes it look like he's getting paid all this money for one month.
I agree.
And it's not correct.
And again, these checks or invoices are for 12/22, and for me and Janie with new council, we weren't sworn until January, and just to me, it just looks horrible. And at that time, we did have a finance director, so it just doesn't make sense.
What's the date?
12/22.
12/22?
So December of the year of 2022.
I think
Because I believe our finance
Okay.
director left in
March.
So,
But this year.
Correct,
But
that's what I'm saying.
again, not everything goes through the finance director. You have departments that deal with different requisitions.
no,
And so
I'm
let me
not
just clarify.
saying that it's
It goes to different departments, and when it gets to them, they need the final signature, and the final signature is Sonia. So if it doesn't get signed off by Sonia, then it doesn't get processed. And that is something that was happening before. I have emails that actually show that, because, like I said, this is something that it's not just his check, it's several other entities that were not getting paid, just like Silicon Ranch, where they said it was a breach, of our agreement, because it didn't get paid. Those are all department heads
We're going to
that
me?
process the requisition, but if it
Neil's
doesn't
getting-
get signed off by our city manager, it doesn't go all the way through.
Can you please provide those emails to the council, please?
Sure.
Neil's invoices go to me, and then I forward it to
eh,
finance. I don't.
I think you even received the last one with the breach.
Yeah,
I think
that
we
one
all
did
got
get
it.
one.
Yeah.
Just
No,
again,
I always send invoices I get to finance.
Okay,
No,
so
there's
again-
been times that it sits on your little
Oh, no.
box.
I don't.
Okay.
Yes, it does, Sonia.
Wait, hold on, hold
I've
on.
been there when I see them.
hold on, and I apologize to Neil for this happening again.
Exactly.
Only because this is lack of communication. I would have figured this would have been maybe resolved last time and correspond with
Exactly.
his office to see, hey, you know what? Which ones do we owe you? What outstanding invoices do we have? But here we are again, and back from almost a year ago.
So,
And I apologize, Neil, because I thought this was being taken care of,
The
and
last
then
time I brought
it's
it up.
questionable, right? That big amount, and it's not. I know it's not
It
your
even
fault.
happened to Javier, and it happened.
yes.
I saw that, and it happened to the one that didn't get paid. Oh my God, he had to actually contact me. But it is communications. The lack of communication that is not
communication.
happening, because it
Internally.
doesn't go through one person only. Like, that's what we think, finance director all the time. It's not that way. There's several departments that have several responsibilities of several different invoicing.
Yes.
Like Public Works has their own invoicing, finance has their, and it's split up between all of the staff. So they could do they could do their part, but if the last signature that is required by our city manager is not done, then that's it.
I don't sign all of them.
You have to. There's no way that you cannot sign them.
And there's multiple.
Unless it's birthday.
I think my primary problem is you get several different invoices, because I bill you for,
Individual.
a
But-
case that
Yeah.
I'm handling, for example, I have a separate bill for doing
This.
what I'm doing right now.
Yeah.
But one person
And
does your
so,
invoice, Neil.
it goes to one person, and they look at the first one and they pay that one, and the rest of them
Yes.
That's the
Yeah.
problem. So
But it's still, I do know that there's been times that they've been sitting there and you haven't signed off on them. They cannot.
well, that's not, that wasn't the problem here, Elma. What
Well, we could-
happened is they paid only part of the invoice and the other part didn't get paid. That's what happened.
But the ones that I'm talking about
Okay,
required.
well, that's not what we're talking about,
Okay,
Elma.
well,
We're talking about
it's
is
an
his
internal
invoice.
problem, Sonia.
Okay, what we're talking
Okay.
about is his invoice,
Don't get
and that's what
argumentative.
happened.
It's an internal issue that has been existing for a while. That has not
That's
been
not what
addressed
happened
or
here.
I
fixed.
just got a text message from staff, and I'm just gonna say that they said that they hadn't received them, and that's why they hadn't processed them. So, just so you.
So this one?
There's
Well, this,
Yeah.
no, this one
I know the
is-
last ones that we had the same issue. It was waiting for signature from Sonia because
No,
even though
that's-
you say
this is
that,
what-
let me just finish, Sonia. Even though you say it doesn't require your signature, why would it not require your signature?
No, I'm talking about the other invoices that were for small little things, but I'm just talking about his
Well,
invoice.
that's what we're talking about
No,
too.
with his invoice, what happened is only part of it got paid. Like he was saying, what he was saying is there's several different pieces to it.
Then let's just fix the problem so we don't have it happen again.
And only part of it got paid.
So we
Yeah.
just,
let's not let this happen again.
yeah.
Because there's another one on here too. I'm looking Mid Valley Disposal from July, and I don't know why I paid my charges on my bill, but we need to work on that. That's a lack of communication and
Makes us look bad.
It makes us look bad.
Don't pay
When
our
people
bills.
start, public starts looking at this and like, well, why is that? Why are you barely paying them? Well, no, I want to know too. So, please, Sonia, please fix that, please. And
Yes,
you
I'll
guys
make
need
sure.
better communication.
Yeah, because also, I mean, how do we know what's in our budget if we're paying stuff a whole year
Back-
later?
We don't even have a budget yet.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. But like, if we're already going in a deficit and we're having to pay stuff from a year ago,
Oh, yeah,
it
we
just
have
puts
money.
us even further. It just
And
doesn't
those
make
should have been
sense.
paid back then.
And that's why I brought it up the last time, Neil, because I even told you that it's not right that you're not getting paid, or
And he's
it's
still
taking
working for
several
us.
months.
And he's still working for us.
Yeah.
Yes.
We're working in the dark.
Yes.
So now that we
exactly.
addressed that, is there anything else on item number 1 so we can move on to item 3? Who had pulled item 3? Oh, okay.
The only reason I pulled it is because they asked for Heritage Park, the parks, but then, it's probably gonna rain on Saturday. So they said if it rains, if they can just have, they can't have the community center because it's rented, but maybe the senior center.
And what are they doing?
They're gonna have an awards assembly for the soccer.
Might as well just put it for correction right here instead of, or / Heritage Park Community Center.
It came up
No,
after.
they can't have the community. It's rented out.
Oh, okay, senior center?
So I just wanted to make sure that you.
Yeah, because it's just, it's still on here.
The same
They
day and
asked
time.
me, and I said, well, I can't make that decision because we're giving it out. I said, but I will bring it to the council and let them know that if it's raining, we can have something else for you guys.
Yeah, we just work around that. Okay, that's fine. Any other questions? Any from the public on any of the pulled items? Hearing none. Do I have a motion to approve item 1, 2, and 3?
I motion to approve.
Diego.
Second.
Second by Janie. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 5 yes. Now we can move on to the next regular business.
Okay. First item is for a resolution honoring
Tony
the
Boren.
Executive Director Tony Boren for his service to Fresno Council of Governments.
Yes,
So I think that our mayor probably has a lot to say about Executive Director Tony Boren. I know that I've known him for the last 15 years as Executive Director, and prior to that, I knew Barbara Goodwin as the Executive Director. And when she left, I didn't think anybody could fill her shoes, but he was able to step in those shoes and do probably a better job. So
Yeah,
he's done a great job.
He's been very, very helpful with rural communities. I really am going to miss him because
Yes.
I don't think we're going to find someone that can actually fill his shoes because he has so much experience and knows exactly, what the needs are for a lot of communities.
Absolutely.
And a lot of the mayors were like, oh my God, why is he leaving? We don't need you to leave. But, I think this is the year when everybody's starting to retire that has been there for about 30 years. And I hear that, and I think you even, your niece is talking about retiring. And I talked to her too, and I'm like, what is going on? There's this big old wave of people just wanting to retire. Leanne, she from EDC, she retired too, and so you're seeing a lot of them. And then you have Mike Leonardo for the Fresno County Transportation Authority. He's leaving in December as well. So we're gonna have new staff for both agencies that help us with our funding for our roads and infrastructure, transportation, all of that. So we're gonna have new staff. So I'm hoping we find a good fit for all the cities, because the ones that always get left behind are rural communities.
Yes.
Fresno will always have funding. Clovis will have funding. They will be able to survive. The ones that have the struggles is cities like Parlier, Orange Cove, Huron. We struggle with funding. As I said earlier, we don't get all this money that people think that we just have this tons of money coming in, that we are just not wanting to help anybody else. So it's going to be a sad day for us, but I'm sure that he's excited to start his new journey, retired and enjoying life and not have all the negativity. Because even though we have the Fresno Council of Governments, it's not so bad there. It's really good because we all unite. We still have our Measure C that's very controversial right now. And I was listening to Lynn Ashbeck from Clovis, the mayor, talking about a little bit about the Measure C. And he's our expert. He's the one that gives us the recommendations of what we need to do. And just knowing that he's going to be gone, it's really going to be a hard challenge for us to move on Measure C in 26, because we're not doing it in 24. We're moving to put that on the ballot to pass it in 26, because if we don't pass that measure, Parlier will not fix none of their roads, not have new infrastructure. We will have, if people complain about the potholes that we have right now, just wait if we don't have that measure. Because that measure, with the new plan, it would have brought, I keep repeating this, would have brought 2.3 million for the city of Parlier every single year. Now with the one we currently have, we only receive 500,000, which you have to wait several years just to accumulate the money to do a stretch of a road.
Yep.
People think you can do the whole thing. Nope, it's just a portion of that road. So I know that Tony has been very helpful, very supportive of Parlier. All his staff, all of his staff are really great, and they always try to help Parlier and all rural communities too. That's one thing that I'm gonna miss, that having that personal relationship with him, to be able to pick up the phone and say, Tony, what's going on with this and this and this? Oh, Mayor, yeah, we'll have that conversation. It's so easy. Having someone new, it's gonna have to build that relationship again and starting all over. But I know we can do it. It's just sad to see him go.
Absolutely. He definitely will be missed.
Yeah. Yeah.
Definitely.
So all mayors wanted to do a resolution, and because this is something that he was really a good part of our community, all communities, because he does do what he can to help. So all the mayors decided to do a resolution for what he means to us and what he's done for the Fresno County. So the resolution is just to recognize him about his journey in working the Fresno Council of Governments. Do we have the resolution? Do you want to read it? I don't have it.
Yes.
I asked Neil to put one together. It's pretty generic. I'm sure everybody has something similar. You probably did the same thing for Huron. Oh.
It's the same resolution.
Yeah, we all did it. Yeah, Tony Boren has been with Fresno Council of Governments for 30 years, proudly serving as the executive director from 2008 to 2023, graduating from the master's degree from Fresno State University in Fresno State University in City of Regional Planning and bachelor's degree in public administration. Tony started his planning career at the City of Fresno, working on the land and use planning, development, services and annexations in 1989 before joining Fresno Council of Governments in 1993. And whereas during the professional career, Tony has executed quality planning principles and leader in not only finding harmony in the region, but the San Joaquin Valley under his leadership. Fresno Council of Governments has utilized remarkable integrated planning techniques combining transportation, land use, and air quality planning for the development and critical projects and plans in the city of Parlier. Tony has worked in implemented many projects and programs in improvement in air quality, advanced mobility for people and goods, as well as sustainable planning practices for the Fresno region, as well as the San Joaquin Valley. Whereas highlights Tony's career includes serving as Fresno Council Executive Director for 15 years. Oh, I thought it was 30 years. I don't know why I
But
thought.
he's worked for COG for 30 years, but executive
Oh, okay.
director for
Okay.
15.
For 15 years, coordinating and implement the Measure C program, significant transportation projects, leading 3 cycles, 2014 and 2022, of the Fresno Council of Governments Regional Transportation Plan, Sustainable Communication Strategies, RTP, SCS, collaborating with the 8 San Joaquin Valley MPOs, frequently taking the lead on the valley-wide projects and plans, and serving the chair as a chair of the Fresno State Transportation Institute since his inception. And whereas Tony has taken his leave from Fresno Council of Governments and he will be residing in Fresno County, he will be spending time with his wife, Dana, his daughter, Maddie, and his 3 grandsons in his spare time. Tony works on family farm, plays guitar, spends quality time with his family, and now therefore be it resolved that Mayor Beltran and Parlier City Council recognize many years of service to the city of Parlier and hereby honor Tony Boren. Aw, I didn't know he plays guitar. Yeah, so we will miss him. You know, I really appreciate, like I said, everything he's done for the city. Now we're gonna have an interim for right now, which is Robert Phibbs.
Yeah.
I think that's his last name. And he's gonna be taking his place in December. I think his last day, did it say it on there? No. His last day would be December 15th. So then Tony, Robert Phibbs will be stepping in. And he's really good too.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, so.
And he's very good to Parlier as well.
Right.
He's supportive of our rural communities.
Did you have a question?
Yeah, I want to appreciate Tony Boren, but what does the resolution do for him?
It doesn't. It's just like, you know how.
Because I would rather bring him here and acknowledge him and
Well,
thank him for all the work that he's done. That's why I just try
They're
to
holding
understand what
they're holding a luncheon where
we're all presenting them.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason we have it with the council, because you're giving it the blessing, like, you know, we also support that, you know, you did this for the city of Parlier. And when we do, and all the mayors are gonna have the resolution to present it to him
I was just
on behalf of their council.
Perfect. That's why I was
Yeah.
like, I would rather have him here to
Normally,
present to him,
if it was
but
something like just us,
Yeah.
then yeah, we would have him here. We would present him the plaque.
That was my question.
Yeah.
Just
No,
what the
that's a good question.
Just to approve us, you to present him that at that event.
Okay,
So, yeah,
perfect.
okay.
Okay.
You guys give a plaque with all your names on it.
We can?
It does, part of the $1,000, $100,000.
I mean, we could always do something like that for him, but
You $400 each and
so if there's any questions, there's
that'd be great.
no questions?
I
Any
motion-
questions from the public?
He deserved that, Mayor.
Yeah, I know, he's a good executive director. I'm very impressed with him. Did I hear a motion?
I have a motion.
I second.
Motion by Sabrina and a second by Diego. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Sabrina, and then I second.
5 yes. Okay,
Next,
next we have.
next is the contract with Jeraboo Nelson CPA to conduct the Academy of Excellence audit. Annual audit,
Okay, that's just to,
just the annual audit. Just to approve for him to do the annual audit.
I thought he did it.
Well, the next year.
Oh, okay, because I'm like, oh, we're already doing it right now?
Yes.
Okay, well, that's fine. And we're at least now ahead of the game, because I know we've always been late. Okay. Wait, yeah. Do I have any questions from the public? Hearing none, do I have a motion to approve item number 5?
Second.
Second by Diego, motioned, and second by Janie. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 5 yes. Okay.
Next item was a request by a council member for repealing of the policies and procedures for the Parlier City Council members.
And I had brought that back to the council. I felt that these policies and procedures made it harder for us, especially when it was, when we needed to put an item on the agenda. I would like to bring it to a vote for the council. I'm not sure if I can do it right now or have to bring it back to the next meeting. But I would like to remove them, just get rid of them and go back to the way we were when we first started, and the way we put our agendas, the way we can use Robert Rules of Order and the rest of the procedures that we were doing before, and policies.
Okay, I know that they said it was a staff recommendation. Who's the staff that recommended that? So then it should have pretty much
I
said.
said this, I said staff recommends. I just,
Did I read it wrong?
oh, I didn't recommend it. No, the staff doesn't recommend, the staff recommends that the council
So,
discuss it and deal with
I've
it.
seen that before. Like, I think it even happened with me when it was something that I wanted on the agenda, and it said staff. So when we do something like that, make sure that you put down what council member
Yes.
is the one requesting and
Council
what they're
recomm-
recommending for the council to approve.
Mm-hmm.
I know you'll be doing it for them, but you still put who is requesting what.
Sure.
And my question is, so you want to go through the process of putting items on the agenda because you think that with these policies, you could only do it with 3 votes. And the Roberts Rules of Order doesn't require that. Is
No.
that it? I want clarification. So,
Clarification is when these policies and procedures were done, they were supposed to help the council in things that we needed to do, in procedures, in how to run our meetings. This is me. I do not feel that they're helping us. I feel that they're not helping me to be able to do that. So that's why I'm bringing it back to the council. And if the council approves, then we go back to the way we were. If there's an item that we put on the agenda and it gets pulled off, which the majority of the time it does, then all we do is get our 3 votes to put it back on the agenda so we can discuss it. Simple. It was easier than doing it like this and it gets pulled out and then we have to do a shadow agenda, which apparently I don't even think nobody knows what a shadow agenda is because I've asked that question a lot of times. Every time we put it on, they're all, you didn't do it right. It wasn't put right. It should have been this way. It should have been that way. So it's easier, to me, it's easier the way we were doing it without these policies and procedures.
and
That's why I want to make a motion that we remove these?
We have to open it up to the public too, but, first of all, when you want to put items on the agenda, and this is how it's happened even in the past, where council sits here and they ask for an item to be on the agenda for the next meeting, they can do that, you know? And, I believe it's also by motion too, right, Neil? When they make that request to put some item in the agenda? Say if we're sitting all here.
There's a number of ways.
Okay.
If you don't get it on the agenda, what we were trying to deal with.
Is your mic on?
No.
Okay.
What we were trying to deal with is the pulling of items off the agenda, which left you with no other recourse other than proceeding under the Brown Act, which requires the 4/5 vote. It also requires that the matter that you're putting on the, or adding to the agenda, be something that require immediate action, and that it only comes to your attention after the agenda is posted, which is never the case when you pulled something off the agenda. So the intent there was simply to make it easier to add something to the agenda on a majority vote. It's the only way you can do it on a majority vote.
Yeah.
So, you know, so I think it would work fine if it's employed in the proper way.
Yeah. And when items get pulled on, there's an item here that was not informed correctly of what it was, which I've been pulling off the agenda because it's been coming up to this, on every single meeting. I addressed it with Sabrina, and I pulled it, and I pull it for a reason. So and I've explained this before, and we're gonna go over that with the next item, because when things go on the agenda and need more looking into or research, to make sure that when it comes to us, you have all the information that you need to make the good decision whether to approve or deny. And sometimes we put items in the that's why I don't like to add on the agenda, like on the fly. Okay, we're gonna put this on the agenda. We need four votes, because I mentioned to Diego, because he asked me the same earlier about a question, as like, well, why can't we just add it? I think it was that, right? Where you said, well, can't we add it? And then I said, you can't, because when you search an item on our system, you won't find it, because it was added.
That's the other issue. You won't have a record
of that item
was added and considered, and sometimes you don't even have a record that you've, you know, approved it or disapproved the particular item.
Right. And that's
because it's getting added.
And that's why years ago we started to do that. We did that special meetings when there was an urgent matter that needed to be addressed immediately, because and I've said it many times, only if it's an urgent matter that cannot wait for the next meeting. One time I think it was a grant that you were applying for, and you needed to get it approved that day. So we did another, what you call it, shadow agenda, so that there's a record of.
And you know, that's just a word that I use.
Yeah,
and
but
I use that term simply because it's analogous to what courts do. They have a shadow
calendar. Yeah,
Yeah.
they do.
And because, you know, certain things have to happen for those things to actually be heard.
Right.
And
And there
so
has
there-
to be documentation. That's why I keep saying about documentation, because it's happened in the past, and I've talked to Bertha this before, where we look for something that we know we approved, but it was added on, you couldn't find it. And they say, well, look for the minutes. You would have to know what day, what month that action took place. So if you don't have that information, okay, you're gonna have to look through every single minutes that you have, And if it wasn't, if you don't recall if it was in that year and it was a previous years and you don't know what year it was, okay, now you're gonna have to search it all. And if you put in the system to look for those minutes, you won't find them. We went to a conference in LA and they were talking about the system and getting it updated. And I asked, if you do a search, can you find those minutes? If, for example, I have an item that's added to the agenda and there's no documentation on the agenda, can you find it? They said there was no way that they could even trace it that way either.
Right.
Because they don't have anything set up to where you can look for it in the system.
Yeah, and it's not the only rule in there. And part of the reason you adopted those was to get rid of Robert's Rules of Order, because Robert's Rules of Order, by and large, simply can't be applied to you. Robert's Rules of Order have all kinds of bizarre rules that relate to, for example, what a majority can do to a single council person.
Yeah.
Which you can't do on a city council because that's dictated by statute, and that's as far as you can go. There are all kinds of things in Robert's Rules of Order that apply only to private corporations. I don't know if it was that way in 1921 or not, but that's part of the reason you adopted those things, to get rid of Robert's Rules of Order and set your own rules, which you're entitled to do. So, you know, and that, the Robert's Rules of Order is in an ordinance that was adopted in 1921. So in order to override that, you had to adopt rules of your own pursuant to the Brown Act, so that the new state law would supersede your otherwise controlling local law.
Yeah.
And there are a lot of other things in there besides.
Can I ask you a question, Neil? Can I ask you a question? What did the city council, since I'm new, what did the city council use before we did these policies and procedures? What were we using?
Well, you actually have, what you probably don't know, there's not only the rules that we adopted, there is a City of Parlier, let me find it here. City of Parlier City Council Protocols, which was adopted originally by Resolution 2015-004, and then amended by 2018-091. I'm willing to bet that virtually no one other than me knows of the existence of these things. So you've got some other rules, but they don't really address that. They have all kinds of.
Because my understanding that we went with Robert Rules of Order and the Brown Act. That's what we were going. The council was going by since I began.
Yeah.
That's what I was told. This is what we use: Brown Act, Robert Rules of Order. Yeah. So I would not want to get rid of Robert Rules of Order. I would not want to throw them out the window. I think they're very important for any kind of council or board to be able to go through the Brown Act and to be able to use Robert Rules of Order. These policies that we did, and I say we did because we approved them and stuff, like I said, I feel that they're not helping us or they're not helping me. I would love to, I would like to bring it to the council, like I said, for us to vote on it, to remove it and go back to the way it was before we did these policies and procedures. I mean, that is what I would like, to make a motion to remove these policies and go back to the way we were.
Can we do the motion now?
No, I have to open it up for the public.
Sure.
So, the other thing,
I mean, I don't want to debate about it, or, That's just what I'm
You
saying.
still have to open it, that's just
Well,
part
no,
of,
I mean, that's fine. I don't have a problem with that.
that's the rules, and this is, again, but, okay, so then, the concern from I gather is that, from what I'm hearing, is when you put items on the agenda. That's your main concern. Because that's all you
all of it,
expressed.
all of it. It's
So
just,
what-
it just,
all of it.
but why do I need to explain
Well,
detail
Why,
by detail?
why not?
But why do I need, okay, you tell me, why don't you want us to take it? Why don't you want me to take it off? I mean, I can ask you the same
I have
question.
no problem with any of it. You
Well,
can
no,
put
but
it
you're-
on, take
you're-
it off, but
You're asking me a question,
It's almost
and
like
I'm
you don't
asking
want
you a
people to know
question.
what it, you guys are the ones that put these rules together.
That's what
That
I'm
was
saying.
you guys.
That's why we are taking it
I'm
off.
like, okay, that's what they want, that's what they want. Now they want to take it off. I'm just asking what was wrong with it, because what we were trying to accomplish then is decorum, and we don't have it. Now we're a little bit better now with them. Now you want to repeal them because you said that you feel that you're not happy with it because you're not, I guess, what, getting what you
I did
want
not
out
say I
of it?
wasn't happy with them. I said I would prefer to go back to the way it was with Robert
You're
Rules
not
of
happy with
Order
them.
and
That's the only
the
reason
Brown
why.
Act. That's just my opinion. So I am
No,
bringing this.
no,
I'm
there is no
bringing this
motion.
to
I
the
legally
council.
have to open it up. No, sorry.
So
Stop.
You can open it up to the
Stop
public if you want. I mean,
talking
this is,
from your
This
seat.
is what I put this on the.
So, okay, were you gonna say something?
I was just gonna ask, just to clarify now, we don't go off of Robert's rules of order for most of our stuff, correct?
You can't
Right.
use Robert's Rules of Order for most of your stuff.
Okay.
Most of what's in Robert's Rules of Order would apply solely and only to a private corporation. I don't know what they looked like in 1921 when they put them in the voter-approved ordinances.
So didn't we kind of go over that the last time we looked at them, that there was something in there, but our something was superseding that order.
There's lots of there's the Brown Act. number
Brown Act,
one,
yes.
that supersedes a lot of what's in Robert's Rules of Order. There's a series of statutes scattered around the government code that governs what you guys have power to do, what you guys don't have power to do, the way in which you have to do various things. Like, for example, if you want to eminent domain somebody, you got to go through a elongated procedure. You got to go have public hearings and all kinds of things. So you got to have a 4/5 vote. You want to put a tax on the ballot, you've got to go for a certain procedure for that. So by and large, a city council's proceedings, when you're sitting up there, is almost always governed by a specific statute. Little routine things like, the approval of your check register, for example, that's governed by Robert's Rules of Order. That's that rule that requires you to take the whole thing or nothing, right? But that's one of the, and a lot of the stuff, virtually all of the stuff you've got on your agenda right now would be covered by Robert's Rules of Order, because it's something that doesn't require any specific additional procedure. Like if you
Like
were
a public
approving a
hearing or
subdivision
something.
or, because there are due process rules and all kinds of other rules that apply in a particular circumstance. And so when that occurs, that takes it completely out of Robert's Rules of Order. And there are just a very, very few things left in there that would really control it.
Okay.
So my question, because I know it was brought up about the shadow agenda, which is when an item gets pulled off. So when an item does get pulled off, who does the shadow agenda? Or does it have to be directed, as in if I put an item on the agenda, it gets pulled off, do I have to let the city manager know that I want the shadow agenda, or should it automatically be done as the shadow agenda?
The intention is that it be on the shadow agenda if you're requesting it, as long as it's something that you can lawfully put on an agenda, and as long as there's enough information to know what you're going to do that is suitable for notifying the public what you're going to do, what you're likely to do under this particular agenda item, because that's the standard of the Brown Act. You not only have to publish an agenda, your description of what you're going to do has to be specific enough for the public to know the full range of possibilities of that action that you're going to take under that particular agenda item. It's a matter of, the Brown Act requires everything to be out in the open, okay? And the public is entitled to be apprised in advance what it is you're going to consider, what it is you can potentially do or not do, and if it's not legally sufficient to do that, then it wouldn't qualify as an agenda item. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, it makes clear sense. So again, if it does qualify, whose job is it to put it as a shadow agenda? Do I
City
have
manager.
to? Yeah, but do I have to inform her that I want it on a shadow agenda, or does she automatically do it if there's enough evidence?
No, if you ask the city manager to put something on the agenda, and she vets it, which she typically does by conferring with legal counsel, okay? And decides it's a suitable agenda item in the abstract, and she's got enough information to do it, then it gets pulled off. That should automatically go on the shadow agenda. Does that answer the question?
And it has to meet the requirement. Like, in other words, if you're gonna put something that's, because I keep saying that the meetings here of what's on the agenda, because there are sometimes things are put on here that are very vague. It's like I've always complained about all department heads, I don't like it because it's vague. Then you're gonna talk about everything under the sun. And they're not supposed to be, especially if you're gonna take action. If you're gonna take action on something, it needs to state just the way staff recommends, blah, 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 that to approve or deny what they want to be done. That's the reason why it has it on there, so that when the public looks at the agenda, they say, oh, they're gonna take action on this item. Oh, I'm gonna be there because I don't like that they want to approve this thing. These meetings are for them, they're not for us. They're for them to be informed of what business we're dealing with in the city, so that they know exactly what's going on with the city. There's no putting things that very vague. If there's something that you're gonna approve, you can't approve it in closed session, and if you do, it has to be brought out and in open section of what you approved in closed session, because that's another misconception where you think that you can approve things in closed session and you don't report it out. If you don't report it out, then that's another potential violation, because when you take action here, and unless the attorney says, well, we're gonna have to go through this process, and at the next meeting, we'll report out. And they will tell us that. And I know that because like I said, I sat in COG and the Council there of Governments, and they do the exact same thing. I've asked, can we put this in closed session for discussion? They said, nope, doesn't meet the qualifications for closed session item. So you just can't put just anything in closed session because you want to talk about it. You know, your attorney will, our attorney will advise us how we can word it on the agenda so that we are not in violation of our Brown Act or the Roberts Rules of Order, whichever it is that, we're referencing.
Yeah, the intent of these policies and procedures is really to make you
Transparent.
more nimble as a city council, make you more able to have things on the agenda that you wanted on the agenda. That's just one rule of all of these rules. You can amend these rules at any time. If you think it's not working, work on amending the rule. Otherwise, you're falling back to the situation in which something gets pulled off the agenda. It's not going to get added to an agenda because you'd have to meet that standard of the Brown Act that it's necessary to act, and the necessity came to your attention after the agenda was posted and the 4/5 vote. Whereas this gives you the right to put it on the agenda because it will have been published with the agenda by a mere majority vote
Instead of 4/5.
without those other qualifications, the necessity qualifications. So
'Cause there's
it's something that gives you more leeway as a city council to put things on an agenda.
Well, that's it. Okay. Any questions?
Good evening, Sandra Alvarez. So question really quickly is, I'm not understanding. So in the event that they do get repealed, would it go back to the resolution 2018-091?
Oh, you're referring to the protocol.
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, I apologize. Wasn't clear. Communication.
It arguably, yeah.
Okay.
Arguably, yeah. But those don't really address the issues that
got
these
corrected.
address. They're more decorum rules, if you will. And they're still in place, and these rules don't affect those.
Okay.
And they just make the Brown Act a little bit more user friendly, is all.
Okay. Thank you for clarification.
Okay.
I got lost with all that talking between you guys. I don't see any problem why you don't follow the procedure that it is that basically one of your members is asking for the vote and she made the motion. So go through the second procedure and you guys might not pass this resolution.
Yeah.
So don't be afraid, Mayor. You're not even know how they're
It
gonna
doesn't
vote.
affect me one way or another, so
Continuity, you are very
I still
unfair,
have
Mayor.
to open it up to the public, and
You
even
are
though you
very,
want me to
very
take
unfair.
action on something, it doesn't work that way. That's why you need to refresh yourself on actually how the Brown Act works or the Robert Rule of Order. You don't. It's very obvious you don't, because you didn't want me to bring it to the public, and I have to bring it to the public. That is the way it works. And so with that is, to me, it doesn't affect me one way or another. I just wanted clarification as to why, because this was something that they brought. It wasn't even me. To me, whether we approved it back then or not, wasn't going to faze me because I still run the meeting. This is again. He has that's why I have to open it up for the public. That's the problem, that you don't want people to speak up. And you just want them to vote when it's something that you want. Yes, you do. Thank you. Go ahead, Montaño.
Anyway, as it is, how the meetings are held right now, we don't feel that we're getting all the answers. We don't feel the public, what little public is here. and the public on YouTube or whatever. But I feel we've been in the dark now. Ms. Molina brought up about changing the policy. How's this? I understand that it's been changed, and Mr. Costanza had a side of, I don't know where it was at there for a second, but how's this gonna help us to get more information? As it is right now, we feel that, I mean, there's talk about everything's transparency. And I do not feel that everything's transparency. And I understand as a council member, you cannot be transparent about everything either. So with that in mind, when I was a council member, I made sure I tried to inform people of everything that was possible and was in my jurisdiction. I mean, I tried to be as fair as I could. Now, by changing the policy, I don't know how you guys, yes, when I was there, I'd call and wanted to put something on the agenda. Also, I had to qualify. And also I had to qualify to be to closed session. But we all understood what that was, whether it was an evaluation of city attorney, finance director, or any city staff, anybody that's on will call. You have a right. Will call means you can let them go at it. Go to a closed session, evaluate them. Hey, the votes are there. Let's go out there and do it. And it's called evaluation, but you have to state it.
You have to put dismissal. You can't
But
just say.
maybe it's changed, all right?
Well, yeah, you have to put
I
the
don't care if
action
it's
that's gonna
dismissal.
take place.
I even
Again,
asked,
it
when I
hasn't
was there,
changed.
Yes,
it has
I'm telling you the way I
been
did it.
that way all the time.
And I asked for, also sometimes I asked, we had other people that were outspoken when I was there, and they asked for the person to be present. I refused, because I was the one that put in the agenda. I refused for the city manager to be at the meeting. They wanted to sit there, I said no. And now, I don't know where you guys changed the policies, or how this benefits us, or how it benefits you. My concern is, how does it benefit us? Are you guys gonna be, like as you say, transparent? Are we gonna know what you're gonna do? And even if it says to dismiss, you have to have your, I don't wanna say guns, but you gotta go in there with your holsters filled and do your jobs. It's not about friendship. Let me put it this way. I actually really like Mr. Garza here. But that's outside. His decision making here, no, it doesn't fly. Or you, or even Ms. Sonia Hall. You know, when there are policies that are being, it doesn't always affect me. It doesn't hardly affect me, but it affects the city of Parlier, the people of Parlier. I've been said that I love Parlier a lot. Yes, I do. I've never really said it till today. But I'm here to fight, not Parlier exactly, because I live with the people that need help. And that's what sometimes I go out there and I try to help them. And that's what it's all about. How's this going to benefit us? So make policies that are going to not just help you, but help us as a community move forward. And take steps that are going to change the future, not just the present. Forget about the past. Where are you going to be 4 years from now? Your abilities are going to grow, and some do not grow. So this is what I need you to think about the future. The things you do today are going to affect us for a very long time. That's all I want to say.
Okay, I think that's it, right?
Can I make a clarification? Johnny, the policies and procedures that we're talking about, they're just like for the council, like for agenda items, things like that. They're not like, we're not changing like policies for the city. I just want to make clear that we're not trying to change any kind of policies for the cities. at all. I mean, of course, those are very important.
I don't think he was saying that.
These are policies that are policies that are just like
Clarify right now.
for
I'll
the way we
clarify
put
right
items on the agenda. And, yeah.
I know sometimes we went back too far.
And I don't know
They
when,
got a little bit out of whack there, a little
yeah.
bit, so that's why I'm stating that.
Yeah, and I don't know if when you were on council, if you guys did policies for your council. I don't know.
We didn't really,
Need to.
And that's what we're saying. Let's go back to the way it was, even when you were on council.
you weren't allowed to have
Okay.
phones up there.
It should never be like that. I mean, that's common sense. To me, it's common sense.
I mean, it shouldn't be allowed, period.
No, I mean, I said that in the beginning.
August the 13th, August the 3rd, the last meeting I went to, since then, her phone went off. This is Sabrina's. She was texting, and then it went off right there while I was speaking. And you can go back and see it. I mean, I'm just saying some of the policies. I'm just saying.
And yeah,
I'm not saying, it shouldn't be up there. You know?
yeah,
Even if, they should be there, but they're turned off.
yes.
Completely off. It should be in your purse, in your pants, boys in your pants or something. I didn't have it. I put it away, turn it off, and it's gone.
So, yeah, and again, we have laptops. I didn't bring my laptop, but the city phone, I could get on the internet, and I was actually trying to look up something that you were referring to. So, phones have internet. I would have had my laptop, but those are things that I would pull it out for.
You know about that?
Yeah.
I know we have
And-
computers too.
Mm-hmm.
Myself, I prefer the hard copies.
Of course.
Because not everything, and a computer, you go like this, and it's gone sometimes. We had a problem. I wasn't always getting the whole agenda. So that's with my hard copy. And believe me, my hard copies are this big. Your agendas are this big. You guys gotta work to make them this big.
You're
And that's-
double-sided.
Yeah.
They're double-sided now.
Yeah. And that's one thing I did ask when I first started.
So
And Bert-
before we get off topic, I think
That's true.
Diego had a question. so.
It wasn't a question. It was just a statement because you did say about transparency, and these policies will not take away the transparency of what we're doing. So just so that you know that it's not to take away transparency or anything that we're trying to put out there. We're not trying to hide nothing. At least I'm not. So just so you know.
The thing is that these policies were put in place because if you recall how out of control these meetings were. So it's for decorum, like Neil said. It's for decorum because like right now I'm talking and she's talking about texting and I don't know what. That is what we're trying to avoid and be respectful and mindful of others. But, sometimes for some it can work and for some it cannot. But that is the whole purpose of these policies. So that's why to me, they could be on there. They can take them off. It doesn't affect me one way or the other. So it doesn't change how the laws are set in place on how we have to agendize items on the agenda, as you recall. And when you're making, this is one thing that I've learned throughout the 9 years that I've been here, that you do have to be specific on the agenda item. If you're gonna go and evaluate, that's what you're going to do, evaluate. If you're gonna evaluate and dismiss or put possible whatever, but dismissal, then you put that on there. That is why it needs to be specific, not just put whatever. Like I said, there's times that there's things that are in the closed session that don't belong in closed session. Just I was watching the other day in Fresno about negotiations, and they were trying to do everything behind closed doors. And I was doing all the negotiations in the open agenda, and with the council. Because in the past, when we had them come in, it was the city manager, the attorney at that time, and their attorney. And then they bring us the information, and then it was just done. When we're negotiating now, and we did it all in open session, that way you don't hide anything from them, from the community, you're transparent. That's what this whole thing about having an agenda, all these items that are on here, is for transparency, for the community, not for us up here to do these things behind the scenes or not behind the scenes. That is why I'm always pulling items off the agenda. Can you get there real quick?
I was barely getting, they can't hear you on.
They can't hear me at YouTube?
Yeah.
Anyway, let me clarify. I guess when we asked evaluation, and that went for chief of police, anybody. I know it's hard as a city councilman, sit up there and you're not passing judgment. You're evaluating their ability to do their jobs, whether it be staff or not. I think my opinions are my opinions. And when I say evaluation, didn't mean that he was going to get. I guess I should have been more evaluating whether we should be looking into it more often. Look closer, and we went into closed session and we discussed whoever we're going to discuss. I'm not saying just anybody, and that's something that we talked about. Now, whether the city manager had to go out there this afterwards, had to go out there and dismiss him, or whether or not, that's not our. I'm going to tell you one thing, whether you guys know this or not. You probably do. You guys only have one employee. Just one employee. The staff is hers. That one employee is your city manager. And she goes by what you say. And everything else that doesn't go right, her staff or whatever, is there.
And the other thing I want to make clear, because this is her staff at City Hall.
Yeah.
But when you have contracts that come before the council, which is our city attorney and our city engineer and our city planner are with the council. That's not her staff. I mean, she works together with them, but they work for the council. Because Neil works for us, Jeff works for us, so does Javier. So this is why I even say it to them, like when there's things that are coming up and you're addressing Sonia only, they need to come to us because we are the ones that hire you or fire you.
And I just want to make a point of clarification because of the evaluation part that I had mentioned. It was done prior years before people were let go under evaluation. And it's just now that it wants to be specific. So that's why I'm saying it's been done before. I'm just letting you know.
And it was done before. And I'm going to clarify because he mentioned this before. The one that was done this way was a person that was actually a city manager that was indicted. So we had to do it in a special meeting, and we had an evaluation and dismissed at the time because this is when it hit the news about having a city manager that was indicted. So it wasn't just because of performance. It was because we had to do the right thing and get the person that was indicted out of our city because it puts the city in a huge liability of what his the allegations were with him, especially when it deals with finances. Because that's why when I was interviewed,
he was also the finance director.
Yes, that's when I was interviewed. That's what they asked me. Why haven't you guys fired him? But we still have to give them the the part of the due process of putting it on the agenda and then doing the evaluation, having the discussion, then going through that process. You can't just go, you're fired.
He had a provision in his contract that allowed that
and that's the other thing.
Terminated him
with even no severance pay. Yeah. So that is the difference. So you got to compare apples to apples. So in that one, it's not the same. You can't, it was an indictment. And no, there was, the other one was not like that. So you don't know because you haven't been there. So you just assume. And again, I'm not going to go and debate this. What I would recommend, instead of repealing all these things and changing things and putting them back on, taking them off, put them on, take them off, why don't you go to training again? That's my recommendation. Go to training, go to the Brown Act classes, get the information until you get more familiar again with how the process is. Because what I tend to see constantly is that you want an answer from our attorney, and then you don't want to accept his response. So it doesn't matter who you have sitting there, because if you can't comprehend how it works and you're stuck on how you believe or interpret it yourself, that's why I said earlier, let the experts advise us. Because if our interpretation is going to be a lot different than what their experience is for being there 30 years, 20 years, or whatever years they have, they went to school for that. So instead of us always second guessing them and saying, well, no, that's not the answer I like, you're working for the mayor, instead you're only doing for the mayor. Those are the things I constantly hear from not just people up here, but even people that I guess you have conversations with in the community. And that's not so. And he's going to do what he needs to do to protect the city. He does not work for the city. He does not for the council. He works for the city, not individuals, not the majority. Because what happened with the extortion in Fresno, when they thought because they had the majority, the attorney had to do what they said because they had the majority. It does not work that way. They have to follow the law and make the recommendations to us based on what the law is, not based on what feelings are or what they want to see because I want it this way. No, it does not work that way. It is what the law states. And he works for the city, not for individuals. So with that being said, I think this is enough. I already brought it to the community. So I had a motion to repeal it.
I had a motion.
Do I have a second? Second by Diego. All those in favor?
Aye.
5 yes, and now all motion carries. That is it. No more. Now we can go ahead and move on to the next item, which is Prop
It was
64. And
Okay.
I do want to
Wait,
table it, but I
hold
still
on.
want to discuss it a little bit.
Okay. So the reason this grant, I know that you heard Daryl speaking. He said that we were all up to date on our grants. And with the CalVIP, we have turned in 11 reimbursements, and there's 12 total. And so this grant right here, it started on July 1st. And this grant pays for recreation. We have our basketball coming. I need to get equipment.
So
need to get
that's cannabis. This Prop 64 is for cannabis.
It pays the cannabis. Cannabis pays for it.
I've already inquired in other cities. So one of the things that I wanted to discuss, and this is why I've been pulling this item every single time it's been put on. I pull it. It's been put on again. I pull it. This time, for some reason, I wasn't aware it was the same grant. I thought it was a different cannabis grant that we had, not the same one. So the thing that I have a concern with, and what you put on your staff report, first we had that standards that you said, okay, you took them out.
I'm going to use Fresno State instead.
You're using Fresno State, okay. But my concern is you have this other organization.
The Health Collaborative?
Yes. And you're going to pay them $800,000.
Over 5 years.
But it's still $800,000. What are they going to provide in services?
I think they came here and talked about the services that they did a presentation on spoke to us about the services they're providing.
What services are they going to provide?
They're providing various services for the youth. It's all youth services.
What is that?
If you'd like, I can bring all the information of the exact details of the services that they're providing for the youth. But they're going into the schools, working with the youth, and they're providing services, various services with the youth. The Health Collaborative is well known to work very closely with the school district.
What school district?
Parlier Unified.
Are you aware of it?
Parlier, they are in our school system already. It says on here, create opportunities for youth to engage in leadership opportunities to build self-esteem, efficiency, pro-social skills, connections to community, leadership opportunity, as well as provide opportunities to paid internships that follow the enhancement of future careers. They've been taking our kids on different trips. They went to, they were supposed to go to the Butterfly Monarch. That one was coming up pretty soon. They've taken them to different trips, and actually, this is Fresno County, so different school districts are involved with that as well. How is this just gonna focus on Parlier kids? Because again, they are already in the school system, in the district, taking our kids and coming and doing some parent engagement community events that I went to one at the junior high already. So is this the same thing or is it separate? Is this additional services?
It's additional services.
Okay,
And
because
it's expanded on what they're doing right now, and it's additional services.
okay, because again, they did come, they did express all these services they do have. My only concern is right now, they're already conjoined with the district doing these events for the kids.
And you say that they're doing that. Well, I contacted the school and they said they're not. That it's a third party. So they're not working directly with the school.
With Parlier, they're in the we're advertising for them for their organization.
So
because I have gotten those flyers,
but
it's not focused on just Parlier
but they're not
kids.
working because the way they make it sound is that they're working with the school and providing these services with the school with our students. So I contacted the school and the school said that's a third party, does not really work with our
Kids only.
Yeah.
No,
And
they
they don't work with them directly.
No.
So this is a third party that really doesn't work with the school when they're saying that they do, because that's what they say on their website too, that they do work with the city, with the Parlier Unified School District, that they provide after-school programs.
Which is like the field trips and stuff.
And my concern, because I called it up that number, and what I have a concern with is that when I called, they're not even open. They're temporarily closed. And what they say is that they're working remotely. So how are you going to provide these services when you're working remotely? Remember what happened with that one that we had that was supposed to provide services in 2020 and nothing was provided, and we paid almost $70,000 and they did not do a darn thing. And again, I verified with the school back then, and that's what I was told.
The health collaborative is huge, Elma.
I'm not saying that they're not
they're
huge.
well
I'm telling
known,
you
they're
what
big.
I'm telling you what is on their website right now, and I'm telling you what the recording states.
Okay, but you're saying that in
That
what
they're
the recording states, but we also haven't started. We haven't given them any funds
I
to
checked
start.
I checked
haven't
their
started
agenda.
yet.
I checked their calendar because they have events on their calendar, and I checked their calendar. There's nothing that they've done listed on their calendar of any events they do. I went on their website and looked
I know
all
that
the way
they're doing
back.
stuff with the
I
kids.
went all
I've
the way
seen-
back to 2019. Nothing. Now, if they're doing events and all these things, wouldn't it be on their calendar? So why have a calendar and put nothing on it?
I know that they're there. I know that they have these meetings with us. You've been on those meetings as well.
I don't know who they are, Sonia, because the people that I saw on that website don't even look familiar to me at all.
It's Elma. The Health Collaborative is part of. Where's Daisy? Where she's talking about the Health Collaborative. And Daisy-
There's another, and actually don't say names because I don't want them to be, you know.
Daisy from the gal that came here. Huh? You don't remember her?
So this is the thing, okay? Because that's why I've been tabling it, because I want to make sure that we don't have another Cal GRIP incident. Because when we had Cal GRIP, which is Gang Intervention Prevention, that grant, we lost a lot of money because monies were being spent. We never got reimbursed. Services were not being provided.
Got reimbursed for everything.
No, we have
Elma.
not.
We
I have
got
that.
reimbursed for
You want me to bring the
everything.
audit report?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, because it specifically says all that.
We got reimbursed
And we had to
for
pay back. No. And then with this last grant that I'm talking about with the CalVIP, it doesn't expire until December 31st. So let's wait until they get everything in, and when everything's done, then they will report to us if we get fully refunded or not. So once we get the, okay, you're fully refunded, and they tell us that, then we can move forward on this one. Otherwise, that's $3 million. CalVIP was $2 million. So then you're gonna put us in the whole $5 million.
CalVIP was 600,000.
For what, 1 year?
3 years.
You want me to get the information?
Yeah.
Because we're 300,000 in the hole. So you're telling me 300,000 in the hole, 70,000 that we already that we spent on a grant, on the same grant that we paid that individual that didn't provide any services to the school. It's on the FICMAT report too. For the school.
I don't even.
Okay. That's why I'm just saying that not put it on the agenda, because this Prop 64 is not for events. You may put events on there. It is focused on cannabis control.
No,
it
it's
is
not,
about
Elma.
cannabis.
No, this event. No,
you know
this
what?
grant
I
is not
talked to
for
someone
cannabis
that works in Dinuba. And in Dinuba,
not just for cannabis control. There is a section. There is a part of this that is, and that's the part.
You're
that is
going to
for the
tell me
police
that a
department.
grant for cannabis is
Oh.
all recreational.
So, Alma, you're going to tell me you know exactly how this is because you talked to Dinuba, you talked to one city.
Because that's
so
what
you're
they're
the
implementing.
expert now.
No, you're not the expert because obviously you've been running us to the ground.
Oh,
Because
no.
you spend
Okay,
money
whatever,
and we
Alma.
don't get reimbursed. And I'm trying to stop that from happening anymore, Sonia. We're not just going to spend money and then continue to get in a deficit. We're already 300,000 in a deficit. So let's just wait until we find out with CalVIP. Why don't we just wait?
We've been in deficit since 2019.
And all because of grants. All because
But you're
of
interrupting.
grants. Yes.
Excuse me. Since
Let's get the
2019,
report.
we've been in deficit. So you're the expert, like she says. Who would know better?
And Prop
Okay.
64, look at Prop 64. We've been in a deficit because of grants. Because what happens, just like the auditor said, if you do not provide services and what you're supposed to provide, even with that darn loan that was done wrong, guess who's going to have to eat the money? The city, because it wasn't done correctly. So it's all based on grants. That is the problem you don't want to understand. And that's on you. You don't want to understand it, don't understand it. The fact of the matter is that when you get a grant and if you don't use the monies the way it's intended to be used, then you lose it. You end up paying that money, and if you already spent money on it, you got to reimburse the state. That is how that works. Heritage Park. That happened when we was changed. At that time, that city manager kept changing the plans. So when they saw that they changed the plan so many times, the state told me, oh, we can't reimburse you for that because that is not part of our plan. You changed it multiple times, and it was a competitive grant, and that what you said what it was going to be for, you're changing it again. So that's why. That's why I'm just saying that let's just table it, like you said, table it until we find out for sure what's going on with the CalVIP.
CalVIP is fine. CalVIP
Well, let's
is
just
moving
wait.
fine.
That's fine.
And the reason why we are behind on that is not because of anything that my staff here has done.
So it's the state.
It's from previous staff that it was
The same staff that's been here.
No. Sorry.
So you
Alma.
want to blame one person. It's always been that person. You're the one that monitors the grant, Sonia.
No.
You're the one that signs
Not
off.
the finance part.
Yes, you do.
No.
I've been there when everything
Not
has
the
to go through
finance.
you. You make sure everything comes to you.
Nope.
Because you're such a micromanager that unless it comes just like the way the invoice that we talked about, it comes to you. His emails go to you. You're the one that's supposed to send it out to the staff to make sure that they do the requisition. You're the one that's failing. Why do you think
Everything's my
why do you
fault,
think
huh,
why did I
Elma?
get a call from Wheatley on their grant and the stuff that you failed to do as well?
Why do we have a city manager when the mayor's running the town by herself?
You don't forget, they contacted me because they had sent you numerous emails and you were not responding to the emails for the grant that it was due in October. And you didn't comply with that one either.
I
And
don't even
really
know-
was really was going to
Alma,
terminate.
and you saw that one was even a mistake.
No, it
I
wasn't.
proved it with those emails.
No, and she
they
emailed me and she called
they
me.
even came to the
No.
they came to
Why?
Parlier.
Really?
Oh, that came to Parlier.
I have the text message, the screenshots she sent me about her communication with her.
No, and I have it too.
No. Yeah, it's always
Hey.
everybody else's fault but yours. It's
Oh
fine.
no, Alma, just like you.
Okay. Yeah, you wish. But go ahead. You just don't like to hear the truth, and you can't comprehend. That's not my fault.
Excuse me. You are accusing me of something I'm not doing.
That you
I'm
can't
not trying to
comprehend.
comprehend anything. You're explaining to her. We don't need a city manager. She's running the town by herself. She's micromanaging, telling you what to do, how to do it. You're the expert at this. You're the
So
grant
then approve
writer.
it. Approve this item so
And the
that we
other
can be
thing
in a
is, this lady says that the law, they want to break this, they want to break that. You're the one that does it. You're on the phone texting all the time. It's on video. They brought up Sabrina, the past. Let's not talk about the
recording
past.
residents.
This is today.
And
This
you
is
record
today.
residents.
You were texting. The law goes against us, not you, because you can do whatever you want to do. And Ben Thomas had 4 minutes to talk when Johnny Montano went up there and lasted more than 6, and you didn't complain because he was talking about me. That's to show you guys on YouTube what she does.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but you just don't get it. You don't get it.
Thank you. Good evening
Sorry for
again.
that.
My name is
Sorry,
Sandra
people.
Alvarez. In regards to this specific item, agenda number 7, I just have a suggestion maybe, because in the report to City Council, under background, 1, 2, 3, 4th paragraph, starting with one of our goals is to create opportunities for youth to engage in leadership opportunities, to build self-esteem, self-efficiency, which is spelled incorrectly, pro-social skills, connections to community leadership opportunities. So if all of this is the goal of this supposed grant that keeps changing the administrator and who wants to give $800,000 to now, why can't we give this to our PD and create the program that used to be created for our youth, since again, it's leadership opportunities, engagement with the community. So why can't we bring back the old internship program for PD with our youth, where they used to have ride-alongs, they can learn all of these things, they can give back to their own community, instead of giving this money to other organizations that do or do not provide services to a rural community like Parlier. Parlier continues to get abused from city manager proposals of who she wishes the company would be to manage this and come in and bring organization and services. But again, Parlier is the one that continues to get the bad side of the hand. No services are provided. Our youth isn't engaged. Programs for our youth. This program is, one of the items is supposed to be for cannabis intervention and involvement, giving the information to our youth, doing workshops within the school to give information to our youth to stray them from these items. And that's not what is being done. So why don't we just keep the money within our community, give it to our police department, start these programs again that would be beneficial to our children, instead of giving money, $800,000, are you kidding me, to another organization that could stay within our community for the benefit of our children. Thank you.
Off of what Sandra said, I had an administrator ask me about the monies coming in regarding the cannabis and what were we putting it into our schools to help our kids. And that was an elementary school, and we just had a community meeting at the school district, and the kids, older kids, are saying all this prevention stuff needs to happen in the elementary schools. This is perfect monies to be doing that. And it is through PD and law enforcement to reach out to our kids and detour them from, the drug use, alcoholism, all of that stuff. And this came from teenage kids, like 14, 15, 16-year-olds that it needs to start in elementary school. And the California Health Collaborative, they've been coming to the district for a while now and do certain things and do help out and do some of these things. But like Sandra said, why can't we just put it into our community and use those funds and the cops building bridges and put it into that, so that those our officers, our staff can go to the schools and do those presentations. Again, the Health Collaborative, they do focus on our junior high school kids. I was showing Elma the flyer that it's through Prop 64 that they're doing these field trips with, and we get very minimal kids involved at the high school level and junior high level. So if we focus more on our youth, our elementary kids, and maybe this money will help
More of our students.
more of our kids, more of our community. Maybe, again, I think we just need to revisit this and see what it says.
My concern is not so much the events. My concern is because I did check up on that organization, and when there's a recording that says that they're temporarily closed and they're working remotely, how are you going to accomplish whatever is on this agenda of what the services are going to be provided if you're remotely working? That's one. Second, and then I keep saying, is like, why can't we just wait to see what happens with CalVIP, and if we're fully reimbursed and with everything, then we move on to the next grant. What is the rush? That's why I'm waiting until December 31st, once they give us the reports of what was covered, what was reimbursed, what was not, if we had to pay something back or not, if we overpaid or not. That's what I want to know, because that is what happened in the past. In the past, a lot of the CDBG grant, and I know Montaña remembers that we lost CDBG because it was misused. There's a report that says CDBG grant was misappropriated, used for other things that was not intended for. And this is the past. So this is why I'm saying, what's the rush to get this done when we could just wait, let's see what happens with CalVIP, and then move on to the next item. Because that's $3 million. You're saying it's only $600,000 on the other one, and we're already at a deficit of $300,000. So, okay, so now we're gonna go ahead in a deficit on what, a million, 1.5 million, or 2 million, 3 million? I mean, I don't want to take that risk because we only have a general fund of 5 million. So if we go in a $3 million deficit again, Chief, the department will not survive.
Most of it's to pay for our recreation and to pay for our police department.
But you can't pay for their salaries, Sonia. It could
that's
only
what I was
be,
gonna say.
it was only for after, like overtime.
No,
So
it's
you
not
can't-
only for overtime.
y-
It's
you
to pay
cannot-
for an
that's
officer.
their planting, right?
No,
That's
it's,
what you've always said to
no,
me before.
It is to pay
and
for
you told the
an
last chief that.
officer. It's to pay
You can
for an
hire
officer.
one.
Sonia, what year was that she's
And
talking
that's
about that
still-
they used the grant money for something else? What year was that?
CDBG. And I
year?
know you remember
What year
what
was
happened
that?
with CDBG.
I don't. What year? I don't know.
What she just said.
I don't know a lot. It was a long time ago.
CDBG. Do you recall that?
It was prior to me, before me.
You've been here since then.
No, I'm not sure what CDBG you're talking about. That was before me.
Okay, we'll go ahead.
I would
I
like
have-
to request that when this comes back, when it comes back, if we can get more information, because the information that I'm finding and the information that was submitted, like for the cohort 3, talking about the city parks department, it has nothing to do with this. So can we get information, more detailed information as to what the props are? Because I've looked them up and it doesn't say anything. There's even other contracts on here on the report to council that talks about Civic Plus, which is a website. So there's monies from an opioid settlement fund, and when I looked at that specific fund, it doesn't say anything about a city website to upgrade it, that it's authorized for that. It talks more about, again, prevention, drug addiction. It doesn't say anything about that. So is there any way that when this does come back, that we get more information as to what exactly is appropriate to be utilizing these funds for, because again, if not, just like the other grants, the city of Parlier is gonna get in trouble again. And that's what the city is trying to avoid, is getting in a crease deficit, which that has already occurred based on grants. We had 30 of them, and they're not being managed correctly.
They are being managed.
They're not. That's
Oh,
what Daryl
yes,
said.
they
They're
are.
not being managed
Daryl
correctly.
said they were all being managed
Well,
correctly.
we can bring that back up.
I will.
I will definitely.
And this is why I just want us to wait to see what this end result for this CalVIP is. And once we find out whether we're in compliance with everything and we get fully reimbursed, with no issues, then that's when we can move on to the next grant.
I think that would be greatly appreciated if all the city council people would do that, to put this on hold, because there's a lot of new issues and new things that want to be paid out of these grants and funds that they may not be acceptable uses. Thank you.
Mr. Before Humberto, you go up there, I just want to say, yeah, let's look into trying to keep that money in Parlier. It seems like we're always just giving our money away and helping everybody else to try to come and help us, but the help never really comes, or it's very minimal. When we know, like Sandra said, we know the chief's cops building bridges is always in Parlier, and is always for our kids. So that would be better.
Have cops building bridges, they're in the grant, but the problem is they don't have a whole lot of time.
What's the amount?
I don't recall what the amount is.
$500? 530,000. Okay.
Yeah, for me personally, I would rather keep it in Parlier and do some more research on it and see how we can try to get more of the people that help out just Parlier and keep that money here, because they do help us every day, and not go out and see when they can come this way. It just doesn't make sense.
Especially if you already have a recording saying that they're not open
or whatever it is. Yeah, but
they're temporary closed. That's what they said.
We do have leadership programs that when we have events and stuff, that even from the school, that the young ladies that came and talked about it in the beginning when we first started, that we have leadership programs in our schools that we can help them, because it's true what Diego's saying, they're already helping our kids, and it's true what you're saying too. Let's leave the funds for our kids here, because if we go and bring another agency, we got to pay them a lot more than if we would utilize our money and use it for the programs that we already have here in town that are helping our children. So yeah, I agree on that too.
Okay, go ahead with this.
Well,
will
I
be the
agree
last
on
comment.
that too.
Okay.
No, the money should be kept here. I mean, I think what you guys can do is to ask the chief to come out with a plan how we can use the money here, and it will serve for two purposes: public relations from the police department, and also helping our kids. That's doable. Because I don't believe on paying not even $300,000 to somebody that I know, because I know most of those programs, they don't do what they say that they're gonna do. Right. So that's my problem too. So I really thank you, Mayor, for doing that, and I thank you all that city council members to do that, because that shows that you guys care for Parlier and for our kids especially.
Yeah, go ahead. We're gonna table it right now.
I'd like to say one thing. I know I went out and got I think a $500,000 grant. And I went and spoke to the people that came into Fresno and met with us in Fresno. I don't know if Sonia Hall remembers that.
Mm-hmm.
And it was for leadership, rehabilitating teenagers, our kids, the young adults and grammar school, I think, junior high, kids in Parlier. At the end of the day, they were serving kids from Sanger. So, yeah, I'm glad we're talking over here a little bit, and it's great that money stays here. Because we need a lot, whether it be done through, we have qualified people that can do a lot of things. Whether or not they want to get involved is a problem, but we have people that can do it. Believe me, in the city of Parlier, I've been involved with kids for a long time, young adults. I don't do it anymore because let somebody else do it. But I think it happened to me after I got the grant, and it bothered me. They had people from Sanger. They're going out and picking up kids from Sanger and bringing them right here to Parlier. It bothered me, and I saw it, and I go, God, what did I do? But at the end of the day, they said they couldn't get the kids from Parlier. I don't know. I'm glad, I let the grant go by the wayside because all of a sudden there was all kinds of people wanting to run it, So,
Yeah.
So I'm glad you guys are being careful. Thank you
Yeah.
for that.
Thank you. Okay, so then do I have a motion to table
Yes. Second it.
by Sabrina and then second by Diego?
Yeah. Don't matter.
It was you, so I have to go. Diego, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5 yes. So, did you get that, Dorothy? It's Sabrina, Diego, and all yes, okay. Till further notice, because we still have to wait for the expiration of that other one. So. Okay, we have. Yeah, till further notice,
Yeah.
yeah. So now
Okay,
we have
the
that
next one
approval
is for the Civic Plus website.
Okay,
So we need a new website. We've
Yeah.
gone out, we've looked at many companies, and we have checked out a lot of them. And this one offers not only the website, but also city clerk services. And I'm actually going to have Bertha describe what the city clerk services is about.
Right now, sometimes, and I know I've brought it up to you guys, is that I get reports at the last minute. There was a couple of them that didn't get to this agenda because I said, no, I'm not doing it anymore. But they would have to put them in, every department head would have to enter it into the system. The system would send it to me, and then I'd put it all together. So they'd have a deadline and wouldn't accept it after a certain time. Also, it would help with minutes. It would make it a lot easier for the minutes. It would kind of like almost do them for you. So that was a big thing, and it's like going to keep it in order, and the next resolution numbers, all of that stuff. It would all be together in one thing. So
That was my question on what was the city clerk services, but it's going to be more helpful, I believe, than better than what we have now.
Our website will be a professional website.
Yes.
It will be a website that we'd be proud of.
yeah.
And then also our minutes, everything would be searchable.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
Everything would be searchable.
And I want to know for sure, because when we went to that conference, it was not, there's no system that is searchable for the minutes. You would have to know, they can't put the minutes in the system to search it. They could only search the actual agenda. That's what they described to us when I asked that specific question, because we were having problems with
our minutes.
Mm-hmm. And you would have to know what day, because if it wasn't agendized, then you wouldn't be able to trace it.
I don't remember what they said about searching. I know that they said it would create
it will
minutes.
create it, but you can't search it. Yeah, because I had asked that because we were having
Yeah, I
that
don't
problem.
think you can search it. I think you kind of have to.
Because it's going to have the agenda already in there, so you would be able to be like, okay, but it's going to have everybody's name. You're just going to have to click. You could be sitting there right there and just click
With your
everybody vote,
computer and click it.
and it'll
vote and
have the minutes done for you at the end of the meetings.
So it's a little bit of
It's a little more tech savvy.
Yeah, great. No, it's gonna be very basic too, where it's not gonna be, oh, I want this, unless it's, when you want on the record, then that's when you probably have to put it in there.
Yeah.
You'll be able to edit and
Edit,
do
yeah,
things
put it
like
on
that,
there.
but
Yeah.
it'll make it a lot easier for
Yeah,
you.
it's better.
On, right here where it says we need a complete rebuild of the domain hosting. It says the cost upfront will be more, but I have secured grants to cover the full amount. The grants include BSCC Prop 64. Is that the same one we just talked about?
Mm-hmm.
So, but we don't have it. We're not gonna have it. So how are we gonna pay
So
for it?
what's the cost though?
Yeah, so it's
What's the, that's a good
Total
question.
cost up front will be $32,000.
Now, are we able to get that through, maybe, not grants, but like maybe other funds that we might be able to?
Well, I know that we can use
I think we do.
Cal Recycle. The one that I can use through Cal Recycle is about. It's about
I know what's a
Question.
good thing.
20,000.
What about our cannabis account?
Oh, we can use that.
Okay.
I just want to make sure that, I mean, it's on here, so we
The-
just said, let's put it up on the take it off, and now we're gonna we can't use it, so
But
yeah.
I have a suggestion because it's annual service, so we just pay yearly, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, this is almost 10,000. By us cutting our stipends, is saving us 26,000. So maybe that can cover cost.
Yep.
I would suggest we waive our stipends, and that would cover for it, because honestly, if we want to be more, we've done it before. Montaño, remember when we did that, when we waived our stipends? Oh no, that was before he came in though. That was before. He didn't want to do it. Your boy. But
Every time there was a donation, we were the only ones that opened up our wallets. Well, I wrote checks up there. Honestly did. I wrote a check out to a family who was in need. And so did
Yeah.
Padilla looked at me and says, you give 100.
I know she did.
And the other guy didn't want to give up there. I'm sorry, but.
The past person. But what we did do it when they were at when they were at the verge of closing their doors, we did do it. Because the last person that was here, which is the one that sat here before me, he said, I gotta buy my suits.
I think they were joking, but we did do it for the PD when we were losing our PD.
But that would be good. I mean, that's a good thing. Maybe we could still put it on the agenda to waive it for about a year at least, and then maybe look into possibly after a year when we cover this expense, then we could put it back in the agenda to put it back at 500. Why not?
Well, you're already gonna do the 500 in the next meeting. And then
We can amend that?
Neil says if you waive it, we don't have to do anything because it's just a decision the council's
Then
making.
can we do that? Can we put that at the next meeting? I recommend that. Okay.
250 is a lot, and that's a stipend that you need for gas, maintenance of your car.
And you know what? For gas purposes, honestly, all we have to do
Way off topic,
for
just
gas
a
purposes,
suggestion. It
for
was
gas purposes, you always can do for gas. Stop, please, Kathy. I know you don't want us to do that because that's why it's affecting your bingo, your casino day. So I can actually do I can actually do what do you call it, a mileage report, and I can get reimbursed that way if I go anywhere. Other than that, I think that we really don't need it. I mean, that's why we did away with the medical benefits, because that was a cost savings for the city. Yeah, none of us did at that time. So, that's just another thing that we can save more money. I mean, the thing is that for me, I don't have a problem. Obviously, she has a problem because she's throwing all kinds of insults over here, but it's okay. She can continue to do that. I still am going to recommend that, and I will make sure that it's on the agenda for the next one. Okay. So do we have a motion? We need a motion to approve without using the grants. Maybe just, use our cannabis fund. The cannabis. Yeah.
Yes, I'll use cannabis funds or.
Sure.
Yeah, I can use other funds, but I'll
Yeah.
put funds together.
So we'll just approve the item,
Mm-hmm.
and then you'll find the funding.
Yes.
Okay. So do I have a motion to approve? Motion by Diego, second by Kathy. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 5 yes. Okay, so now we go council comments. Janie, go ahead.
Oh, yes, can I do want to present or talk to the council.
okay.
We do have our New Year's Eve dance coming up, and we have a contract with Los Robles,
Oh, that's right. Okay.
Robles, yeah, and Ruben.
So just work the deals with them and then we'll ratify it at the next.
Thank
But
you.
make sure that it's on the agenda.
Yeah, I'll
because
make
we'll
sure it's on
forget-
the agenda.
Yeah. So, okay, so that's the consensus?
Yeah,
Okay,
Sorry.
that's the consensus you have, Sonia. Next, now Janie?
Comments, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Here.
No, I'm good. I mean, yeah, I'll get them right now. I just want to say, sorry that I missed I wasn't able to make it to okay, let me start again. Sorry. I was not able to make to attend, but would like to thank Senator Ana Caballero for the recently advocated $1 million for the new indoor and outdoor sports park. Very glad that's going to be, hopefully it gets here soon because I know our children need it. But I really want to give her a big thank you for helping us get this money for our community. Second, I was honored to be able to attend the 5-city board meeting on Monday, November 6th. We were able to share the different developments in our cities. At this meeting, I met Marcia Dansby, who is the Economic Development Specialist for the Fresno County EDC. I would like to invite our businesses here in Parlier to join us for a workshop next Tuesday, November the 21st, here at City Hall at 5:30 p.m., where we will be able to discuss the possibility of establishing a chamber of commerce and find ways to support our businesses. So Sonia did make some flyers that we're going to be giving out, and I felt really honored to be able to be on this board. And the only reason I got to go because Sabrina couldn't go. Sabrina couldn't go. But it was really good hearing these cities. In the 5 cities, it's all the cities around us, which is Sanger, Fowler, Kingsburg, Selma, Reedley, Parlier. And they started with 5 cities. They're like at 7 cities. And they get together and they talk about all the businesses are coming to Parlier, to their cities. And I said, wow, Parlier, we're right in the middle. Me, myself, did not like to hear, nobody wants to come to Parlier because we're still here and we've been here over 50 years. So my goal is to, yes, just bring our businesses in Parlier, give them more information. The workshop's going to be good. They're going to talk about how their business can thrive. I think you were there. They were talking about a trolley.
Yeah.
There's a trolley that they're trying to
Bring to Parlier.
bring to all the cities. And now, when on the meeting I attended, they're talking about a food trail, which would be like advertising the different restaurants, different places you can eat, which ones are family friendly, which ones are more adult friendly, and promote those businesses. And doing this even on websites, on the news, on flyers, different ways to promote businesses. Yeah. So I really felt really honored to be able to sit on this board, and I'm really excited. Our next meeting will be in March, and it will be here at the Parlier Council Room. So I do encourage our businesses, if they can please come to the workshop next Tuesday. I will try to get out there as much as I can to leave these flyers to our businesses so they are aware that we're going to have this workshop. And hopefully we see a lot of you guys there too. Okay. Thank you.
Awesome.
I was able to get out to the check presentation with Ana Caballero, and it was exciting to see that that sports complex is finally, hopefully going to get in the process soon. The school district was there as well. They're excited. surrounding areas. I think Dinuba's the only one who has that sports complex around here. My kid's been out there, and it's just somewhere for these kids to go who do play year-round sports. The weather's bad, I know that's where my son goes. Um, but again, I'm really thankful to her in helping us get that money, and I want to see this go up pretty soon. Also, I just wanted to share out that our Parlier High School student cross country runner Evan Torres just won Valley Championship today in Fresno. So congratulations to him and his family and his coach. We're really excited and proud that he went that far. He had a big cheering group out there on his way out to his van, and out there at Woodward Park, they took a Reuters bus. So yeah, that was really nice to see him come home with that. And again, I just look forward to that meeting. I hope I can make it that day. Oh, it's a Tuesday. Maybe not have a game. But I really look forward to see the business come out and get some more information. And yes, we do need to start a Chamber of Commerce. I know some people tried to do it a few years ago. It's a lot of dedication. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of volunteering. And again, it's just giving back to your community. And those businesses that come in, you become part of our community. So I look forward to seeing the businesses come out and be part of our community and events. That's all for me. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Can I just say one more thing? Before the meeting next week at 5 o'clock, we're going to meet at the industrial park. We're going to tour the industrial park and talk about the industrial park. So if anybody wants to go on that tour, they're more welcome to meet there at the industrial park. And I think it's going to be
We're meeting right in front of Greenbrier
okay.
building.
On the 21st? On the 21st, next Tuesday.
Yes.
So I have a couple items too. I was fortunate to go to the rewarding of the check too. Thank you, Ana Caballero. That's right by my house. It's walking distance. And yes, my kids got to go to the Dinuba Sports Complex as well. And I got to enjoy it as well. It had 6 batting cages. It has a whole open turf. It has 2 basketball courts, volleyball courts, boxing ring, a skate park. I mean, I'm talking about it has all the works where all the kids could be in one spot and you're not worried about them being all over the streets. I know that would help out Chief in your department, and and me as an adult who loves a lot of sports had the best time of my life at a kid's birthday party there. So that was pretty cool. So I can't wait for that. I also have Evan Torres. Congratulations, mijo, on winning the D4 championship. I know you work very hard. You're always running. We see you out there and keep making us proud wherever you go. I have also I just had a one for Michelle. I know it's been a couple months that you've been on the mosquito abatement thing, and I wanted to see.
She can we're gonna go this.
I know,
way.
but I just want to. I don't know if you have something or to say today, or I just want to see if you can bring something to us. So I don't know if you have something today. Do you?
No, I don't have anything today.
Okay, perfect.
Wait, let's just wait till, because you're
that's
gonna
all
say
just-
she's gonna say some stuff anyway. So that's
No,
good
but
that
that's
you,
why I
no,
just-
that's
I
good
just-
that you brought it up that way if she does. So when
Yeah.
it gets to you,
Well,
then you
that's
can
why-
update us.
Yeah, that's why I'm just if you
If you
have
do have it.
anything, if you can bring something to us, it would be
Yeah.
great. Just so that the people can know, what they're talking about in there. I mean, I know we always say, "Oh, these damn mosquitoes," but we don't know
Yeah.
what happens. So
Yeah.
if you can bring us something like that, that would be
Just
awesome.
any kind of update. is what
Yeah.
he's asking for.
I also have. I don't know if anybody knows about the Parlier campout. If you've ever heard about it, it's a longtime Parlier guys that get together right before Super Bowl weekend, and they go out to Pine Flat area and they camp out. Well, this year, Larry Terry, thank you for everything you do. This year, he's actually today giving out 10 families stuff to make a turkey dinner for Thanksgiving. So it's a whole basket for that family. So it was 10 of them. Unfortunately couldn't go today because I'm here, but I am part of the Parlier Campout guys. So I just wanted to give him a shout out on that. Parlier PD, I saw that the block wall that they started it. So Javier, thank you for getting them on them. Because I'm really excited about that. The safety of our PD is key. They take care of us. The city should take care of them as well. And then my last one is obviously the New Year's Eve dance. We just gave consensus to Sonia. We will be having Los Robles and Ruben Betancourt as our DJ. Two awesome one band, does norteño, and Ruben does an awesome job as Tejano music. So everybody who wants to come out, Sonia will hopefully by this week or next week we'll have the table set up, and hopefully we can get all together. And we are getting a lot of donations for it. That way, everything the tables that we do sell comes as revenue to us, so the city's not paying for the event. So any donor that's out there that wants to donate to us, please help us, and we will be reaching out to our businesses so that they can donate to us, so that way we get revenue and it doesn't come out of our pockets. And again, I just want to say thank you to everyone, the city, the employees, Bertha, city manager, engineers. Just thank you guys for everything you guys do for us. I appreciate you guys. That's it for me.
Yeah. Okay, I want to apologize because I wasn't able to make it to Ana Caballero for the check. And also, congratulations to Evan Torres, excuse me, and Janie. Thank you for being transparent and bringing us that information. It's very valuable for the community and for us. Thank you. Michelle, we look forward from hearing, being transparent also, please. You tried the other time, but let's try again, okay? Thank you.
You know, I do want to mention that Michelle has brought us some fabulous information with regards to the animals. She was able to secure some contracts.
She's gonna go ahead and update.
Okay.
I had to ask her to go ahead and,
Thank you, Michelle, for that. Thank you. We're working on getting the money in the budget, so we're able to start working on that. Yeah, we're working on the putting that money together, and so we can sign the agreement and move forward on that. So I want to thank you for that.
Is it on?
That's what I was gonna say.
That'd be nice.
And I've said this, thank you for saying that, because I've been saying this, and I've said it even one time when we were at the park, because I did get some people come to me and say, are you Michelle? You know, I want an update. And I said, first of all, if you want any updates on what's going on with the mosquito abatement, it will be the staff that know what's going on. You're just on the board. So whatever is advised to you and financials and stuff like that, just like us, that's what you deal with. You don't deal with how many mosquitoes are out there, what the viruses are out there. You're not the technical staff that deal with that stuff. So this is where, again, I guess the misunderstanding of what our roles are and what a board does. And you, if there's a question that you may have, reach out to the mosquito abatement. Ask them, hey, you know what? I heard my community is concerned about we saw in the news that there's these viruses that they're carrying. Is there something that maybe have affected a lot of our residents here? Do we have any risks here? Is there any mosquitoes that have that here, and people that have contracted any kind of viruses? If you have any of those concerns, that is who you go to. You know, you go to that staff there to ask those questions. She's not the scientist that works in the actual facility. She is a board member. She's just like us that rely on our staff to do their job, to get their, provide us any updates if it's necessary to inform the public, because that's what it is. That's why when you asked, because I had asked her the same thing, because you guys were asking. No, let me just finish, please. Can I finish, please? Can I finish, please? because the last time it was brought up again, we want an update. We want an update. So I asked Michelle, you're going to your next meeting, can you bring us an update of something? Because council was asking what is an update from the mosquito abatement. So when she asked the staff there at the mosquito abatement, they said, you don't give any information of that. If they want any information about our mosquitoes and the science stuff or whatever question may be, that is where they can come here and do a presentation to inform us what's going on with their department. And I think that that's the best thing to do because that's respectful. You're not going to try to take over their department and how things run there. That way you give them the common courtesy of, if we have concerns about something, maybe if a resident brought something to your attention and you want to have more clarity and want some clarification on it, but by all means, have Sonia put it on the agenda, have them come over here and do a presentation. That is what we do. Instead of trying to put a board member to give all the inside stuff that she really doesn't deal with. That's one. Thank you, Michelle, for, at least trying, but I already know that that's not your role. Yeah. Okay, thank you. That would be fantastic. And the other thing I wanted to bring up is, yes, I want to thank Ana Caballero. She is fantastic. Huh? Dorothy? No, I don't think. Dorothy, did you want to say something? Well, the last time, because you said the last time that you didn't want to say anything because you get upset. So I'm like, okay. So you're okay this time. Let's do it. So then what I'll do is I'll continue to ask you. So that way. Okay. Okay, wait, there's no more public comment. It's council comments.
But nobody mentioned, and I let all of you speak as the council, and the only good thing that Parlier is really having right now is Parlier has a really good marching band director, and he's getting acknowledged.
I was the last person. Okay. Yes. So. Yeah, I saw it, and you're absolutely right. Okay, so. Yes, I was in shock, but thank you for mentioning. I'll just start with him then, since I already brought up the, what did I mention? Okay, the mosquito abatement stuff. And then, so yes, the high school, first time ever, I believe I never ever heard of them ever going to be on the Thanksgiving parade in New York. The director is going to be there, and cannot remember his name. Can someone?
Tanillion.
Theodore Tanalion. So you know what? I can tell you one thing that I have seen such a big difference in our band for our school and just recent years, because they were at the Disney. They've been performing everywhere. And I am so excited to just hear that, we're actually, yes, and it's changing. You're hearing Parlier more out there. Parlier. Yes. And when I saw that on the news, I was like, oh my God, this is something fantastic for Parlier. And not only because I love, the marching band, when I was in high school, I wanted to be the flag girl. And I tried out, I made it, but then I didn't continue to do it because, it's not easy when you're in high school. But you know, it's a dedication, and it is a very you know, major dedication that you have to perform. I hear them because they're not too far from my house every single day, all the time. And I just love that, because you wouldn't hear it before. Many years ago, you wouldn't hear of them out there. And I am so impressed on the change. The other thing that I saw, that they also did the Florcorico. It was yesterday, Tuesday. They did they're doing the the recital. Oh, I'm like, I even told the superintendent, I am so impressed with everything that you're bringing back. These are things that we need to have back in our community, you know, especially Florcorico. I love that, because to me, it's like, that's our heritage. We're 98% Latinos here. And we didn't have Cinco de Mayo before. We didn't have the 16th of September. You know, we had many, many years ago, they had the Florcorico, but it went away. Yeah, I remember that. And then all of a sudden it was gone. So to me, it's like, seeing those changes within the school shows that there is positive there going on as well. And they're focusing on their kids. They're trying to bring more things, more activities for the kids, not just sports all the time. Because yes, even though a lot of them do like sports, there's kids that don't want to be in sports. And we got to do something for all. So that's one thing that I do like. And the other thing I wanted to mention is with Ana Caballero. Yes, she's amazing. I was in Merced, because she's working on the carbon.
Yes.
It's to purify the air and get the pollutions out of the air because of climate change. And so she was presenting a lot of the scientists there that are working on these projects in other cities. So they're trying to bring those things to the rural communities. And also, what I was impressed with, and this is something that maybe in the future we can look into, I did get their business card. So they're working on the actual wastewater treatment plant to where they can purify the water. And it's kind of like you're recycling the water in a sense, you know, so you can reuse it again. And it can, some cities, I think in San Diego, they actually do that, and they can actually drink the water, even though people are like, oh my God, you know, you're drinking that. But, and I seen a story on they did an article about it, and I was like, oh my God, I don't know if I would do that too. But these are the things that they're trying to work on because of the drought. You know, I asked the question, okay, so if you're going to put these carbons in the air so it can purify the air, and then they're also going to do it in the soil, which goes very, very deep. I think they said like 30 feet deep, which is way below, underneath like a well, because you know how we have impurities in the well system, and the further you go down, there's more contaminants in the soil, so the water is more contaminated. So when you have that, I asked, would that be something like a solution for the contaminants in the well, you know, with the water? Unfortunately, at this point, they haven't really gotten to that, but they said no, because it's too far down that they can't really get to the contaminants there. But at least they're finding solutions, and I like the idea that she's working on that. And Sabrina was invited as well. Sabrina couldn't make it because it's school and all of that. And so I was there all the way in Merced. And it was really great to see all the information that was being provided to all the cities, a lot of mayors that were there. But I want to thank her, because with this check that she gave us for the complex, one of the things that we talked about, and she brought it to our attention as well, is that we need to make sure that we use those monies, because I know that right now the grant is like in a process that it's delaying, could possibly delay it for 2 years, which she's willing to help us to expedite it so that it doesn't stay in that process and not get done, because she did advise, and I think you said you heard as well, Diego, that she did advise us that if that money is not used, and this goes to PD as well, as I've been saying since even when Melissa brought it to my attention. If that money is not used and there's an urgency with funds that the state may have a state of emergency, the governor will take that money back. Because last year we had a drought, a flooding, we had a state of emergency, and he needed resources for that emergency. We're expecting another flood this year, as what she was stating to me. So Javier, she mentioned to keep her in the loop so that she can get things expedited in her end at the state level. I mentioned that I talked to Jim Costa's staff, and they're willing to help as well. So that way we can get things moving, because I know with grants, it is a process, but if we can get it going faster and they can help us, please start reaching out again so that we can start moving that project along with the sports complex and that area over there on Academy and South. And that way we can just keep it, moving, or else we're gonna lose $1 million, and that $1 million can go to the building, because like I've been saying, a grant will not fund a building. So we need to find ways to cover that complex. And I know it's going to be a little bit challenging, but if we can keep her in the loop, who knows, maybe next year we can ask for another $1 million. And that can complete the entire project. Because she's done that before, where she's given one city some amount, and then later on the next year on the next budget line items that they request for funds, she can request another $1 million. Reedley got $600,000 for charging stations. So I think that if we can ask for more money, that's another. But she needs to see that we use it. If we don't use it, then she's gonna say, "Why am I gonna get you more money if you're not gonna use it?" So that's one. And the Dinuba complex, and you're right, it's amazing. And the only reason why I ever knew of that place, because back in 2016, when our former city manager was here, Sam Escobar, when we were talking about this complex here, bringing it here, because it was supposed to be in front of City Hall first, because we were looking at property there. And he said, you need to come and look at the sports complex in Dinuba, and you'll see what I'm talking about. When he took me there, I was like, oh my God, we do need this here in Parlier. This would be fantastic for our kids. Batting cages, like you said. They had, they even had like a snack bar, right? Yeah, the snack bar. They had indoor soccer, all of that, and I think this will be a good thing for our kids. This way, they're not trying to find space, because the scheduling for sports becomes very difficult sometimes. So once we have more areas for them to be able to, okay, we're going to go here on these days and over here on these other days, it's easier to manage. So yes, thank you. Thank you for.
Before you get off that one, it was also because it has a big turf area. When it rained, the football players could go in there and still run. It's so big, it's big enough that they could still practice in there, run routes, throw the football, do everything. So they didn't lose a day because of rain, just like we would here.
Yeah.
If it rains, we're done. So that's
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 good.
on that.
That's true. So just a reminder, like to stay on top of that building for PD. I'm glad that they're working on the actual brick wall or what we're doing there, but the building is more important too. Not just I'm not saying that their safety is not important, but I'm concerned because now that I know that we've had that money already since March. They finished the fire department already received the same monies as the same time that we did. They're already completed. We need to start moving things along so we don't risk the losing of those funds. And then the Fig Tree Park. Where are we? I think I heard that we're already going to start.
Yeah, so the contracts has been awarded. You guys awarded that a while back. We've adjusted it. Everything's in budget. They've already been issued the notice to proceed, so now it's on their time. Their schedule estimates like actual breaking ground is December 4th. But right now they're in construction, just like TCP, where they choose when to start mobilize.
This will be a question for Janie. Maybe your son can get a hold of the Parliers to find out on their tree for the donation that they were going to do, the fig tree donation for that park?
Yeah. Okay, yeah, I'll talk to him, yeah, because Mrs. Parlier did tell me, like I said last time when we were there for her son's services, that they did have the fig tree and it was growing fast.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So,
Well,
yeah, we'll get a hold of them.
Going back to the
Thank you.
fig tree, yes, thank you. Because I don't know if you guys seen the actual, you know, that on the map with, what's his name? AJ Fox?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know that they did one about Parlier? And it was 6 months ago they did one, and it used to be called Parlier. Was not Parlier, it was de Parlier. And they changed the name, of course, later on within the years. It usually happens back then. They changed the name so many times, so now it's Parlier. But they did talk about the fig tree, which I was excited about them bring, because not a lot of people know the story about the fig tree, and which was the largest tree in the world.
Yep.
And that's why it's growing fast, Jane. so
I think it was,
it
fell down.
It fell down.
It fell down.
I think it was in the middle of Newmark Avenue.
Yeah.
I'm the one who pushed it up.
So lastly is the PD and geez, I lost my train of thought. Downtown, I'm sorry. Downtown, I saw that they already worked on the corner, so that I can't wait to see the end result as just at least on that building, yeah, to see what we're gonna have. So I'm excited to see that. A big change in Parlier. We're gonna have our roundabout, even though some people are not happy with that, but I can't wait to see that. And I think you said it was projected for next year.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I can't wait for that too. So with that being said, I think that is it. And thank you all for. Oh, and the athlete. I'm sorry. What's his name? Evan for doing such a fantastic job, because running, I get tired just going up the stairs.
We had some of the best band directors in the valley, Mr. O'Connor and Mr. Yacovetti with strings. I took band, and at the end he was a head director of the opera in Fresno. That's it, Mr. Yacovetti. So Parlier had, I remember the trophies we had. I got to see them. I know your uncle went to Southern California. They won first place. We had one of the most awesome bands in the valley for a small school.
Yeah.
So I'm glad they're bringing it back. I think
Yeah.
Dorothy remembers. Maybe you went to the awards.
But
I'm not that
my
old.
aunt, she was in band back then, and she told me that
The
when
mic.
they went to competition and
Put your mic on.
Pismo or somewhere.
Yeah,
It's not on.
That
Other.
that they were the smallest town, but the biggest band, and they got a standing ovation. from
Wow.
everyone there.
They marched through town almost every day as they practiced.
Well,
They came out of the school and marched through downtown.
yep.
Well,
Thank you.
I get to drive up and down Parlier, and they walk around the parking lot, the junior high band. They walk around the parking lot.
One last thing, our check that was presented to us, could we make sure,
Yes,
Sonia,
we'll
that it's
put
up
it-
there?
yeah.
So that's it. Okay, Neil, can you go over our closed session?
You have one conference with labor negotiator for Parlier Peace Officers Association. You have one item of potential litigation.
Thank you. Any public comments on that?
No to the PD. To the office association.
I just want to wish you a happy Thanksgiving, even though I don't believe in it, but I just want to wish you that.
Thank you.
And you guys know what I think, this family needs to settle that contract. We've been negotiating for a long, long time.
Thank you. You know what, Sonia? I forgot to mention this on this bill that the older gentleman that with his wife came by. Have you helped him? Because he says that he's been coming and he hasn't gotten anywhere with this. Remember with the that they weren't notified in time and the renter left? I thought you were gonna help them with that, because that's what you said at the last meeting when we.
I told you that we're going to do the arrears, but that hasn't come yet.
So can you just give them an update, have maybe staff let them know that what date it will happen, because I think they're just, because she did say that it's going up higher. So somebody needs to not charge.
I can't forget, I'm forgetting what it was right now. It was like, yo,
This is all from him.
my probation. I wanna go see my grandfather.
Okay.
It's not my gun, it's Julie's gun. And he goes, okay. You're out of here.
Perfect, okay. As long as it's explained, because she says, okay, yeah, because that's what they were gonna stay here for. But I told them I would take care of it, yeah.
That and that other crap.
Okay. Nothing to report. Meeting adjourned.